And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our Digital Athlete League Best of Ones. We are having four of them today, and this is my co-caster. We have Corbec.
Hello, welcome.
Yep.
Excited to be here. Looking forward to the game today.
Yeah, gotta get the intros going in. Gotta get the hellos and the heys. Gotta make sure the audience knows who is talking and why are they talking. And the why is for these best of ones we are discussing up today. And while we are waiting for our players to join in, the first team that we are going to be seeing is Avidity Esports versus, I believe it is French, but I did not take any French classes in high school, so I'm going to absolutely butcher this name, Hamsteroid. You can make fun of me later on Twitter or something about that.
I didn't take French either. I took 4 years of Spanish, and it did me absolutely no good. So it is what it is.
Foreign language.
They made me. I'll tell you that right now. But Hamsteroid is fine. We do apologize for those of you who would wish it was not that, but it is what it is. We're just waiting to get them into the lobby right now, but sooner rather than later, we should have them in and we can get going. But a series of best of ones today, H. So not a lot of margin for error. Let's put it at that.
That is a very fair point, because best of ones is a very interesting cycle of there's only one match, and if you win, you're out. And these are for the qualifier leagues for DAL or DAL, which is also that does sound like a really good corporation name. I'm not going to lie. That is a pretty good abbreviation of what they are going at. But we are going to be getting our map bans in here soon. Are you excited to see any certain map, or are you hoping to see any certain map or play, etc.?
I'm actually interested. So everybody I'm assuming has been watching their fair share of SI this week, assuming that the times are allowing for it. And I'm actually interested to see some of these lower ranking, lower tier teams get in the habit of playing a little bit more chalet. I actually think it would be really interesting to see some of that illustrated, even if I don't know all the callouts that well, because I still don't like that map. But I think it is a very interesting map, and it would be very cool to see more teams picking it up and adding to their rotation outside of the usual, classic hits of, let's say, Clubhouse, Cafe, and Villa.
And then you also have to add Oregon to that map, and everyone knows.
Oh, of course,
that.
Yes.
Yeah, like there's a lot of casters that call it quote unquote Oregon. There we go. Say it as a class.
Man.
All together now. But it's a lot of maps that end up being much more frag central, while Rainbow Six Siege at higher levels does end up becoming much more based on the kills and the individual skill of the players rather than the strategy that Rainbow Six Siege was initially advertised on back when it was released in the Cretaceous period, whenever that was, of like 6 years ago, I think.
But and a time forgot. So we'll leave it at there.
A time forever right forgot.
There. Yeah, so they have actually already started banning. They've taken Coastline out of the pool. I believe it's Avidity who has made that ban. So speaking of frag heavy maps, we won't be seeing that one on the table. Arguably the most sort of frag heavy map in the pool, which is I don't know. It's for better or for worse sometimes. I like seeing it played out. I think a lot of people like seeing it played out, but sometimes it is a bit wearing on the nerves. Let's just put it at that.
I've actually not seen a whole lot of Coastline. I've been typically seeing a lot more of Oregon and Villa. Oregon and Villa have been much more popular in other leagues that I have casted for. So like the triple entendre of Club, Oregon, Villa. So it's just one of those things where I have not seen Coastline in a hot second. However, that is also me as a single schmuck on the internet, not noticing a single map being played on some certain esports leagues. So we are still going to be waiting for that. But with Coastline off that docket, I would say we're going to be seeing a lot less quote-unquote roam game coming through, because I've noticed Coastline to be a very roam-heavy map in general.
It's a band that maybe speaks to me of a team that is not ultra confident in their gun skill, right? We see Coastline sometimes picked by teams who feel very confident in their mechanical abilities because it is that frag heavy map. That's not to say that, the team is bad or anything. It's just that they may be intentionally taking it out of the equation because they don't want to have to enter into a map that is essentially just a series of gunfights, right? They want a little bit more defensive or attacking strategy on the board, and that would explain that ban to me. And it looks like Hamsteroid has returned and banned out Consulate, which is a ban that I am more than happy with because I do not like that map. So goodbye, Consulate. I am not happy to see the back of you, or not sad to see the back of you, I should say.
See, I have been seeing a lot of Consulate as well. So far, what it sounds like is you would have absolutely hated to be casting with me. Not even because of me as a person, but just because of there's a lot of maps that you don't like.
Consulate is just one of those ones that I just cannot get my head around, if I'm honest with you, H. I just do not like it. I've had bad experiences both in playing and casting on it, so I try to avoid it as much as possible.
You have a bit of PTSD, but you also can't really control on what they ban unless you're lobbying a bunch of the teams, which I doubt you are, because that would end up being very expensive. And also, I'm pretty sure illegal in the rules of these leagues.
Maybe.
Consulate's one of those interesting maps because one of the things that I really like about it is I've been lately seeing a lot of the split site on that. So, tellers and server rooms.
Yeah.
You've been seeing that a lot, and then they'll pick a pulse and they'll just have the pulse sit in the server room and just kill people because you can just have the pulse very safely hold that whole site from down there, which is probably the only time I've ever seen pulse safely picked, or not really safely picked, actually picked. I've never seen them outside of that scenario. So it's very entertaining to see that happen, along with the strategy that I called the bricklayer strategy, where they all took C4 and just kind of hawked it around indiscriminately and with great prejudice.
Yeah, bring the whole artillery train for that one. And then, you got somebody trying to plant on top of the desk to avoid the C4, the heartbeat sensor, all that other mess. It is actually one of the most entertaining applications of a pulse. There are a few other points you could probably, bring him along and see what he can do, but that is perhaps the most visceral one. You sometimes see Ying as an attacker too. They'll try and throw candelas down there while they're planting, so you try and blind the pulse to prevent him from seeing. It gets very strange, but it's an interesting map, but we will not be seeing it today, and I'm okay with that. And I'm curious to see what they walk out here on their next ban. But I mean, speaking of operators, what do you make of the newest addition that we seem to have coming to the roster? I don't know if you've seen anything about North Star so far, or read any of the speculation about what that character may be up to on the defensive side.
I actually have not at all. When you said for the new operator, if you desire to describe them to me, that'd be great.
You're in for
I've been caught up a little bit too much in SI to really keep up to date with the game that much.
That's fair.
I think focused on other things that I do. I do way too many things and work way too much. If you desire to describe to me this operator, I can give you my first-hand opinion.
I feel you 100% on that last bit, and I've been caught up in the SI too. There's been some great storylines, but I think she's actually being walked out at the end of SI, hopefully, so we'll get a good idea of what she truly does. But the initial show has been a defender that puts down a number of kind of healing stations, portable healing stations around the map, kind of from what I've heard, and this is all coming from the realm of rumor and leaks and what have you, but kind of like you say, a banshee trap, right, that you put down, but instead of being disruptive and annoying and making loud noises, it heals nearby teammates. So an interesting addition, and I'm very curious to see how that's going to ultimately change the game, because outside of Doc, right, who is just hardly used at all, there are no other kind of healing operators except for maybe Finka, and again, not really a character that gets a ton of play.
I don't think it's going to change that much because of the fact that you have a very headshot based gunfight system where any bullet to any head kills that person. So while it seems like something that'll shake up a lot of things, I feel like it's one of those things that will end up being much more prominent in lower tiers of play, or much more casual tiers of play, because of the fact of people at higher tiers are already going to be clicking those heads, and you can't really heal blunt head trauma, or not even blunt head trauma, but just any head trauma in this game very effectively.
Very, very true. You can't heal.
Is a bullet,
heal a bullet to the
blunt.
dome. Yeah, blunt indeed is a good way to put it. Yeah, it is that, but you're right. It'll be an interesting addition, and I always kind of am happy to see new operators being added to the game. Obviously, we have what's his name? I've just totally blanked. What was the newest guy they added? Flores, that's it, the Argentinian guy. Yeah, they're having Flores added as well soon to kind of competitive play at the highest level. So it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table and how teams kind of have to adapt to that change in defensive strategy. But a lot of the operators, I think, that are the old favorites or the old strong choices are just going to remain the strong choices, right? You're always going to want to have maybe like a Jaeger at this time, no matter what they seem to do to him on the nerfing side. You're always going to consider a Mira or a Kaid. powerful operators that you can really turn defenses around with.
And along with that, people aren't really subject to change. There's a great comfort in playing what is familiar. So
True.
it's really
Very
weird
true.
to try to throw out anyone new because it's a bit of a double-sided coin. If you plan around having someone new, like a new operator, I'm going to use Aruni as a decent example because I've been seeing some Aruni play going back and forth. You don't, the enemy team might not know how to play against the Aruni quite yet because it's way too early to try to figure out how to play around the admittedly easier to get around gadget that she has. That's in my opinion, because there's a lot of projectiles flying around on the attacking side. So I feel like it's fairly easy. It does waste a little bit of utility, but I've never seen flash grenades be used effectively. They've always been used to burn out Jaegers, to burn out Arunis, to maybe scare people, but I've never seen a flash used properly, like to actually blind someone to push through.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it happens that often, right? The Candelas being the exception, but they're specialized utility in and of their own right. You know, she's one of those operators, Aruni, that has become more and more popular as time has gone by. And you say that, you know, she doesn't have that much of an impact, and I tend to agree with you.
I think she does have an impact, but like,
okay, fair enough.
I think she definitely does have a decent impact. It's just with the amount of gadgets and like projectiles on the attacking side. I feel like while the impact is there, it's not enough to make it. Yeah, exactly.
That's fair. Like those gates do seem to have a weird psychological quality to them. I don't quite know what it is, but the number of times I've seen somebody like stop at one of those gates and be like, "Oh God, what do I do? I don't know what to do.
Exactly.
I throw smoke grenade, drone." The panic is real. It's quite funny to see people do that. And if you're, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say it does kind of give you that choice. That choice of what do I sacrifice?
Yeah.
Do I sacrifice little drone boy? Do I sacrifice smoke grenade, or do I just tank it like a boss and just run straight through because they're going to shoot me in the head anyway?
Yeah, the drone sacrifices are, I think, the most egregious. So just don't do that. Yeah. keep the drone. Those things are really valuable. Don't use them to burn util. That's a terrible idea. But it's always fascinating to see how players react to it. And if you're wondering why H and I are main cheerful podcast style banter, it's because the teams have stopped banning. So even as they're getting into the lobby, we don't necessarily know what maps are coming up. All we know is that Coastline and Consulate will not be on the board. So it's taken a little bit of a wind out of our sails in that regard. But it looks like we actually have most of the players in. So whether or not the ban list reflects it, H, we might be jumping into this one relatively soon.
We got a Villa ban.
Oh, we got a Villa ban.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So we're not going to be
seeing that off the board.
We're not going to be seeing Villa at all. I would say that is also a fairly roam heavy map. I feel like if I had to spitball, we are going to get either Club or Oregon at this point. But although Chalet would be pretty hype and it would 100% be on the home turf of quote unquote Hamsteroid, which is not how you pronounce that. I would like the disclaimer. I'm almost 100% certain.
Cafe has been taken out here as well, so I think your prediction is getting increasingly likely. The odds of them Avidity just taking Chalet here and trying to run with it, I think, are a little bit slim. Just because it is still unfamiliar territory, right? We see it played by the pros, but they devote their entire existence to this, right? At pretty much every level, so they have a lot more time to strategize and play things out and see what works. Whereas oh no,
we got the Oregon ban. We got the Oregon ban now.
It's got to be
down to Clubhouse and Chalet.
No, it will be Chalet.
Yay!
All right.
They heard us.
I did not practice those call outs earlier today, so you're gonna have to bear with me here.
Oh boy. That hallway over there. I'm pointing at the screen. You should be able to see where I'm pointing at. To see where he's at.
Did you by chance see the game earlier today with Team Liquid and TSM, where I think it was one of the Liquid players was just on the staircase in Chalet and got the ace, like got 4 kills playing off the stairs with a shotgun and an SMG 11. It was
insane.
It was a bizarre world.
That sounds
Killed
like
the guy with the diffuser, and they just all kept feeding into him, and he was just like, "All right, I'll play this out."
I mean, that's what I call a conga line fallacy, where they just all kind of turn a like 4 versus 1 to like 4 separate 1v1s. And within the context, I'm assuming it was smoke. If you said SMG 11 and shotgun,
It was
They're
either
at least-
a mute or a smoke. I'm
they're
not
at
sure
least
which
British.
One. Yeah, it was one of the
Yeah,
SAS boys.
exactly.
I don't remember which one.
So they definitely just had the Mossberg, which is known for being either god tier or absolutely a confetti gun. So if you're just conga lining into the shotgun, that's not an
It was
ideal
something.
situation, to say the least.
We all loved Mossberg, though. I heard it
Mhm.
described by somebody on one of the broadcasts the other day as the gun is as powerful as you believe it to be, and I quite like that.
I
It seems very fitting.
It is the first line of home defense. The
It is.
Mossberg 12G.
The
It is
first line of
just-
chalet defense.
The first line of Chalet. Chalet is just like a big house. Let's be
That's
honest
true.
here.
That's
Like
true.
not I'm not talking about the map house. I'm talking about
Right.
It's just a really big actual house.
It'll be
So-
very interesting, though, to see these teams play Chalet, right? Because it's not a map that we see very often at this level. It is new, just have, and there's still a lot of kind of strategic dissonance on this map about how you want to play certain points. That garage site in particular has been one that I feel like the debate has been fast and furious on, H, about whether or not you play that. A lot of teams used to think that was the strongest site on the map. Post rework, though, a lot more teams shying away from that. They just don't want to touch it.
It's a very easy point to push in through if you have, the proper planning and the proper just executions. Because even if you do ban the Thatcher and they're like, oh, we can't get the Cade trap, there's a lot more options that you can do. A very rarely banned operator would definitely have to be Cali. Cali can easily get rid of all of those, and I have seen that go in on a garage push for Chalet. But there's just way more options to push through into garage, because as soon as that garage door goes down, you're basically screwed as a defender, or at least for the most part. And speaking of bans and the banning of Thatcher, we are getting a Nomad ban to start out with on the side of Avidity Esports, probably going for a much more roam-dependent defensive game rather than a hunker down, we're going to let them come to us strategy. And we're going to see what Hamsteroid ends up banning in response to Avidity taking out the precious Nomad. Thatcher, Jackal. We're getting a Jackal ban. That is no roam clear.
That is kind of an interesting choice right there. I mean, the Nomad and makes sense, right, for closing down rotates. I feel like Jackal gets some use on Chalet because it is just a little bit more of a complicated map. This ban makes a lot of sense too. Valkyrie can make absolute hash on this map if she wants to. So they'll take her out of the rotation. No more worrying about cameras. No need to consider bringing in IQ. I mean, it is interesting to see a Thatcher still on the board. It's a rare sight these days that that particular SAS op makes it this far in. But I can understand these choices. And Mira going out too, maybe a little less understandable for me, but still never a bad ban. Let's put it in that basket.
Mira used to be in the same boat as Thatcher, where it's just you either picked them or you banned them. But I'd also like to retort, even though they didn't ban the Thatcher, they might still not pick the Thatcher because they haven't planned around having one in hand. It might be one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, well, we know what to do with one in hand. But the question is, will they really do it rather than taking, for example, they've already taken the Maverick already, rather than the Thatcher, which would probably be a lot faster and a lot more effective at like a very quick get in, get out execution. But as Hunter on the team of Avidity is picking out a mute instead of a Cade, which Cade was not banned either, this Maverick's going to be able to easily find that mute jammer and then just take down that wall.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
About as fast as in my opinion. If they did go garage, but they are not. They're going to...
But yeah, he remains on the board, and he's actually a very common fan here on Chalet because you can do a lot with those electro clogs. But they've forsaken him at least temporarily here and taken the mute instead, which I think is actually maybe makes Gav's life a little bit easier on that Maverick. We'll see exactly how they want to play it, but it's interesting to see the defensive setups that are coming out of this site. You'll see that rotate being left open into master bathroom right there. This is very common to extend the defense out there. The rotate in between the two bomb sites is also absolutely essential. This, however, is not something that I have seen before. Throwing the shield on top of the piano.
They're just trying to like replicate. I don't know who did it first, but like they're trying to replicate like the woman on top of the piano. Then you have the main piano player. They're just trying to do that, but with a much more bulletproof format, so to speak. They aren't going for like a weird like pinup calendar type deal. They're going for a much more of I want to defend myself. However, I think putting it on top of the piano is a bit of a weird play in general. We're seeing our Ash get lit up by Soup in 4K. 4K Soup taking down our Ash. It is not even like 30 seconds into the round yet, and we have already lost a player to a spray of bullets
that's what I'm
in the
talking
French
about that
Alps.
lack of map familiarity, though. That's a peak, a very nasty peak, mind you, but that people are just not familiar with because this map does not get that much play time at this level. I genuinely don't think poor Luff right there even had any idea that they should look at it. An exchange of unpleasantries here between Grosty and I'm not sure who the receiving target was right there, but Dan Spanny Spicy will back up in. And Grosty now looking at that same peak area as well and just keeping a couple of shots down range, but not really finding anything as they rotate back to library. No effort made to defend that, which is a bit surprising. We often see a defender stacked up in there.
And we're seeing Gabs shoot out a little bit of a hole, trying to throw a frag grenade through here, cooking it. Doesn't blow themselves up, which is a very good feat to be seeing. We have our ace punching in even more holes. They're just going for a full force. We're going to punch down this entire wall and end up seeing what happens. And so far, it might result in a kill over here. Gabs might find a kill onto what I believe is our Jaeger over on A site. Does not find any shots. Nothing finds purchase. And I don't think they're going to be trying to peek that way anytime soon. They did get the shield on top of the piano. That's a good thing to see. They were able to get that defensive point. And Gabs doesn't find a kill, but Danny takes down Tom. By the looks of it, Raccoon responding with Soup in 4K. Danny taking down Gabs. I speak too soon. Raccoons takes down Danny as well. So there's a lot going on, a lot of fire, a lot of bullets, and just everything is happening at the same time.
3-2 now. You see that first smoke canister being deployed right there, and Raccoon's here going to peek the same hole. Not been very good for attackers so far in the match, but he does get a little bit of damage in there on Hunter. Pulls out the frag grenade, and it'll be a bit ambitious at this range, but he'll fire one off regardless. Still running out of time here, pushing into a pretty tight defensive structure. No pinch whatsoever. Grosty firing out the impacts and the stuns, trying to create a little bit of distraction so they can push the opposite direction. Now both attackers are stacked up on this wall. Amazing shot right there, but it's Hunter and Toxin. They just close it right down.
And the smoke definitely was utilized as properly as you wanted to have had words. They're very difficult to use. Have had happen. It's a lot of H's. Which ironically, while my name is H, it is a very hard thing to try to say 3 of them in a row. That was one of the first smokes I've seen fully properly used because the smoke I have seen dies very early on. They completely locked off an entire pushing route very effectively, and that forced them to go through the entire time. And Soup 4K is going to be sticking with the Frost. We are going to be sticking the Frost pick today, which Frost is as effective as if you know if they have a Frost or not. And we are swapping out the Sledge for a Hibana as well. We are getting a lot of hard breach. We have our Maverick, we have our Ace, we have our Hibana. Quite a lot going on in the forms of metal destruction and not, I was about to say metal construction, but that's not.
Bomb located by attackers.
No, it's interesting.
Unless you count the blowtorch, I guess.
The blowtorch, indeed.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is another site where if you've been watching, some more higher level stuff, SI or what have you, Frost does get play here. People do enjoy putting, Frost traps on some of these windows on the lower floor. It doubles as kind of both, the obvious trap.
5 seconds left before insertion.
have to break that if they want to get in. And then, as of course, as you get into later rounds too, or later stage of the round, she forces you to consider it, right? You have to consider it. And we actually saw that illustrated today at SI. There was some moments of hesitation whether or not they could deal with a frost trap, and it basically cost the team the round. We're not quite in that golden zone where people totally either forget about frost or just don't respect her enough, where they get attention to those traps.
It forces the decision that we were talking about earlier. Like if you pick the Aruni, it forces the decision of, do I shoot this trap and most likely reveal my position so I don't die to the trap? Do I go around the trap? Or do I just, for some reason, try to tank it? Which you can't really tank a bear trap to the shin, but you know what? I respect. Can also be used much more of as a scare tactic of some sort to try to lure people and try to funnel them through a very specific route that is way more defended, rather than trying to make sure that they go for a mad flank.
Well, speaking of mad flanks, not much of an extension here for the defenders. They're playing very tight around this library, which is over the primary bomb sites. They don't want to give up much space here at all. They basically have forsaken any attempt to push out towards master bedroom. Hunter here going to throw another magnet out, just give them a little bit more cover in this upstairs hallway. Gabs, meanwhile, has a beautiful angle there, except there's a magnet waiting for him, but he won't get any traction from that. And then Hunter and Danny both combined to get some kills. Luff tries to trade it back, but it's a little too late there, H, on the tail end of that.
And just as quickly as they pushed in, they have died. It is now a 4-2 Avidity favor as we are hitting our last minute. 4-1 as Danny takes down Tom. It is just Raccoons on the Hibana left standing. The defuse is down. Our Raccoons is in a bit of a pickle, but next to the very famous piano, we're seeing a lot of gunshots going on. Someone is being detected outside. They realize that someone is outside. We're going to see if they end up dying. Dodges a bunch of bullets. Very lucky on the hands of Raccoons, almost catching one straight in the noggin, but somehow able to just matrix their way all the way through that entire site, going for a very, very wide flank. For someone without the diffuser, this is a very interesting execution, I would have to say, because they are going for a very wide, I'm going to go all the way around, try to get the kills in these last 30 seconds. We're going to see Danny get a little bit tagged, but ultimately not die. Raccoons is still able to find the shots using their own murder holes to their advantage. And finally catching one in the bag from Toxin.
That was a bit of a foregone conclusion, really, there, wasn't it? And it was good use of the murder hole right there. What a nice shot, actually. That was a long distance flood into the kitchen.
That's that famous peak we were talking about last round. No one
it's the same spot. Yeah, that's made good money for them so far in these rounds, I tell you what. But it's interesting. I think the part of the problem that Hamsteroid is suffering from here is that they just genuinely are not pushing too many angles. They're playing quite one-dimensional, and we saw right there three members, I think it was, of Hamsteroid were pinned up on one window, which was being covered by multiple angles of crossfire. And it's at that point in time where you start to consider, like, okay, I get that we're, trying to push in, we're trying to be coordinated, but are we investing too many resources into the wrong choke point? And something very similar happened in the round previously, just with that hole that had been opened up in the wall by the Selma. You saw them all kind of stacking up on that. I think it was at one point in time 4 individual members of the team tried their own attempt to get some shots through that wall. It's time to open up some pinch, right? You gotta come at it from another direction. I appreciate them trying to start off by playing the verticality on the site, despite the fact that it kind of behooves you to do that. But they will need to do something a little bit different if they're going to succeed here. And I mean, we're off to the kind of tertiary bomb site, which is one of the lesser played ones nowadays. Still a very can be a very difficult site to hold, and it, again, requires a lot of verticality and a good amount of roam. That's probably why we're seeing Oryx.
Yes.
The rare Oryx appearance.
If you weren't going to mention it, I was going to mention it. We're seeing our Jordanian Kool-Aid man coming in. So we will get a lot of roam game coming in from that Oryx. And also, as we talked about earlier, or as you talked about earlier, we need to have a very vertical hold going. So having that Oryx allows for a much more flexible roam game in the hands of the defenders. We are also seeing our Aruni. So probably the strategy that they're going to be going for is the Aruni locks off the hatches, or what I would assume, given just, picks. is the Aruni would lock off, we would break the hatch, lock it off with an Aruni gate, so then our Oryx in question would be able to jump through very safely, or relatively safely, unless there's someone right there, and then be able to find the kills that he needs to. And we're seeing Luff caught in that deadly decision. His mind has been broken already by the first Aruni gate. He is just watching this angle through this Aruni gate, and sadly, bullets do not get blocked by it. But we are going to be seeing everyone pushing in through. Hamsteroid is already in the building, and Avidity has not had much of a response yet.
Yeah, well, you'll see there the attacker sitting up on the fluke balcony, waiting to try and get in. Luff right there, tight on that wall, looking for the opportunity to shoot something. Finally takes the advantage to push up, and the proximity alarm gives it away. Hunter wastes no time at all, swings out and gets the kill, and it took a little while in the waiting, but it was a good kill indeed. Raccoons, though, trading it out and playing pretty well, trying to set up this vertical hold so that they can put some pressure down on the kitchen site itself. Grosty here now backing up a little bit. Danny Spicy will go down. Grosty finds their target. Grosty is in now and basically in charge of this top floor.
And I would have to agree with that when we have Hunter very carefully holding off anyone who might be coming through, using the famous Glock with a stock. Raccoons behind that famous piano where we saw the good old-fashioned deployable shield somehow finagled onto that piano. I doubt it would be able to support a whole deployable shield that can block rifle bullets, but I'm not really going to discuss logistics behind them. We're going to get caught in a bit of a vertical gunfight coming through. Soup taking quite a lot of damage, but not dying in the midst of it, and able to make it out with his life. Hunter making a really wide flank coming in. Not even a really wide flank, just going all the way through basement, much more of trying to find any sort of gunfights going through. If he runs all the way up to those main stairways in the main lobby, he might be able to find quite a lot of purchase with his bullets as we were hitting our last 25 seconds. Gabs gets taken down by Hunter. Hunter getting taken down Tom as well through that main stairway to basement garage, as I was talking about. Raccoons is already rotating all the way down there to try to find any more roam, but our Aruni is already gone. They have already left. We have 10 seconds left on the clock. Raccoons has the diffuser. They have to try to figure out how to get in there and plant safely. We're seeing a team kill coming in from Grosty onto Raccoons, and Toxin taking down Grosty. That is a very unfortunate way to see both of your last players die, and that is why you should not stand directly in front of your teammates at all, because friendly fire is a thing in this game, and it is something that you hate to see happen. But in a situation like that where there's no time, you don't really have time to figure out exactly on how to position yourselves. You just got to figure out how to get in, plant the diffuser, get out.
I'm a little disappointed there, if I'm being honest with you, H, because that looked like a much more kind of effective attack, right? It took them a little while to clear out that top deck, but they were pushing both the horizontal and the vertical. They were creating that pressure. They essentially took control over the verticality. But then again, I think we saw what I was talking about earlier, just that lack of familiarity with the map coming into play. They did not take into account that very kind of, now that we know about it, right, or now that you're thinking about it, very obvious rotate up from basement, those basement stairs leading up into the main hall here. They didn't take it into account, and it allowed for Hunter to get, you know, 2 relatively free kills that realistically, I don't know if he should have had those, to be fair. That was a lucky break indeed. But now back up to the you know, more defendable bomb site here. They'll hold on to this pretty easily, I think, Avidity, unless Hamsteroid specifically changes their game plan in some masterful way. This is, I think, one of the ones that they had the hardest time in terms of establishing pinch. And given the setup that they have coming in here, I don't see any major changes really in the offing.
I mean, if it ain't broke, you don't really have to fix it. We're seeing the deployable shield back on that piano. That's being a lot more effective than I initially thought it would. We're having our Legion plant down a lot of the Legos or the Thorns, or whatever you really want to call them. They all serve the same purpose. So we're getting a lot of passive intel through the ways of both our Melusi and our Legion as the darts come through. But outside of that, we have a very stock setup. If not, I believe you are right. It is the same exact setup that we saw on our first round for this site. They're probably going to try to force much more of everyone back into the same funnel, which seems to be Hamsteroid's biggest weakness in the first place, is just funneling themselves through an area, and then that goes into the conga line effect, where it turns a 4-to-1 into a bunch of 1v1s.
Well, it's interesting that we talked about, the same old, and I was saying that, we said the same set it from the attackers here as well, but they're taking it a bit differently this time. They're pushing into the trophy room. They're going to push up these trophy room stairs and try and come from the top deck. Luff there, not able to bring down the kill in the gunfight. It even pulls out the secondary to try and get it done and just can't. Still, the kills are flying here, and I think they've caught Avidity just a little bit off guard with this alternate push. I think they really expected them to invest most of their effort into another attack on those double windows facing north towards the balcony, and instead, well, that just does not happen. Toxin manages to trade one back here in the midst of everything, but still a 2v4 scenario with really Namienos only the last one left kind of holding the point. Toxin will get back now, H.
There we
but
go.
maybe a little too late, because it looks like they've already lost all control of at least B site.
I mean, at least he showed up and stood up a bunch of other roamers who will just roam all the way across the map, and then suddenly they're on point. They no longer have time to get back onto point. Toxin has already made his way back onto point, and while they have lost a fair amount of control, it is still control that they can reclaim as we see Toxin even it out to a 2-3. Diffusers going down in the hands of Tom. Raccoons takes down Naminos. It is just up to Toxin, and I say that way too soon. Raccoons also takes down Toxin, giving it the first W round for Hamsteroid on arguably the most defensible site on Chalet, as we have been discussing ever since the change of opinion of no longer the garage pick. We are boycotting garage on Chalet.
It's really interesting, actually. I'm actually now, I was a little bit unimpressed last round. I'm kind of impressed. That attack basically went about as good as they hoped it could possibly go. You saw, I believe it was Raccoon set up that kind of vertical sight line that cut across both the sites. Complete coverage there prevents the use of the rotate hole. You slip the ace in there, you get the plan, try and force them to come to you, and that's exactly what happened. It was actually really well executed from the attackers, and it's the first real sign of life I think we've seen out of Hamsteroid. The rest of the rounds have kind of been a slow bleed into eternity. That one was pretty strong, and I am genuinely impressed by how they did it, and I'm curious to see if they can apply some of that same methodology here as we go back to bar games. Again, the kind of the secondary site, it's not that hard to take if you kind of know what you're doing, though certainly the defenders can make your life more difficult, and I am pleased to see one more time that we are seeing Frost back on the board, throwing those bats down.
We love to see the Frost plays going in, but I'm going to say that we probably saw what is called in the business a hustle going on for Hamsteroid. Hamsteroid spent the first 3 rounds. I'm going to make a joke that Hamsteroid spent these first 3 rounds analyzing Avidity, making sure it's like, all right, let's see if they pick the same thing, and they did. So Hamsteroid's going to be using that to their advantage if they are thinking of the 3 million IQ plays. However, I have not seen any team be like, all right, they're going to do the same thing. Let's change something up. Because adaptability, especially at this level of play, is something that you do not see a whole lot of. Even though adaptability is one of those things that is very important in competitive Siege, I have found. It is just like, all right, they're going to pick the Frost. We know they're going to pick the Frost. They're not going to 6-pick it out, even though it seems like it would be a very obvious 6-pick. So they need to figure out how to play around it, or much more of make sure that they can realize how or where the Frost mats are placed through either good drone work or good camera work, however you really want to do it.
Luff already giving me a little bit of sweats right there, because he was trying to push that same window that they all got held up on last time. He's not really giving up the ghost on it either. He's just getting a different angle to cover it down. He knows that he has Danny Spicy in that general area, I believe. So maybe, just maybe, he could get some shots in. But the library being held pretty solidly here by this team, and not a lot of threat coming in on the other side. Gabs here on this rotate, kind of looking around. They've got to destroy a bit of barbed wire here as Left just continues this extended gunfight. But again, you have to be careful. They've got this covered from multiple angles. Still, that being said, putting pressure on that wall will throw the Claymore down there as well, just to bait anyone out if they want to come out the window. But you'll see what I was talking about in terms of kind of all that focus. All 5 members of the team now all pushing from the exact same direction up into this library site. And don't be fooled. You can put pinch on this. It is not impossible. They are just choosing not to do it. They're going for a very direct approach. And again, they're getting a little bit punished for it.
That does seem to be the biggest weakness of Hamster. Oh, Gabs with the nothing but net frag grenade coming in and immediately getting punished by Hunter. You can't let free throws like that happen, and Hunter is just making sure that Hamstroid realizes we won't let that fly. No here, no how. Grossi trying to find any sort of purchase through a vertical hold. They're still trying to go through this window. Luff didn't even really change the angle. He just changed the distance in which he held the angle. Toxin finding a kill onto Grossi right as we speak. It's just down to Raccoons and Tom. Out of all the operators to be left with, I would say Ace and Sledge are probably a very strong combo. That is a vertical hold that you can have on the attacking side, along with any sort of hard breach you might need to get any more of that job done. We're seeing Avidity play a very passive game. Sledge taking out the Malusi trap, the Malusi Banshee much more of, and they're just very methodically getting through all of it. Toxin is down, but not out. We're seeing quite an effective strategy, but they only have 10 seconds left. If they had like maybe a minute left, they would be able to make it work out, but I do not think that they will end up winning this round due to just time constraints, and we are seeing it happen. Raccoons finds a kill onto Naminos, Soup finds a kill onto Raccoons, and Naminos takes down Tom, not even really taking him down, but he downed him, and then the round ended, so like, you know, he died.
He did. You know what's really funny there? Actually, if that hadn't happened that way, one of them would have stepped in a frost trap. You
caught me taking a sip of water, and I almost just like spat on my monitor.
Tom McTunes, is it? He would have, or Tommy Tunes, whatever it is. I cannot tell what that is. Tommy T Tunes. There we go. He would have stepped in a frost trap right there. I think, if he hadn't have been shot in the doorway, because I saw it out of the corner of the eye on the rotate that he was trying to do, and I actually don't think he saw it.
Oh no!
You know, that's what I was talking about with that late round pressure, right? Is every once in a while, it only has to work once in a round to be very effective. And every once in a while, you get a pressure to that situation working out. But again, we're seeing this continued issue that Hamstroid has, right? Which is, you know, call it a lack of adaptability. I've been calling it a lack of pinch, whatever it is. They are just a little monomaniacal in the way in which they push these sites, and they're getting punished for it because it's just genuinely not that hard to defend against. I mean, that took, what was it, almost 3 minutes, 40-something seconds for them to effectively clear out that top floor of defenders before they could even start thinking about verticality. And obviously, by the time that they were there, they were way out of time, right? It's just a bit grim. Like, you need to be able to vary your assaults here a little bit more. And that's like, yeah, I will admit, it can be a little difficult to apply pressure from difficult angles to that, just because that library room is a bit hard to get up on top of. But you just got to do something different, and we'll see maybe on Kitchen whether or not they can adapt. And that's a nice peek hold that Soup 4K is making through that floor down there onto that trophy window. One of my favorite aspects of Aruni is the fact that she can just punch holes through the floor. I got to appreciate that.
I remember when that was first announced, there was a bunch of people being like, "Oh no, that's hilariously broken." But then the Ubisoft devs were just like, "If we didn't give her that, we would have just given her a secondary shotgun." So like. Yeah. It was just one of those things. It was one of the ways that they solved an issue that was happening, where it's like almost everyone's getting a secondary shotgun. So instead of doing that, let's just have Aruni able to just mean left hook through any sort of soft breach. Grossi getting caught out a little bit, almost dying, a bit on a hairs of health, but ultimately making it out with their lives. We're hitting our last 2-minute mark. Toxin is running about, doing his thing, making sure anyone is anywhere. Catching out a little bit of a not rotate hold, much more of a peak hold coming in through that vertical hold. We're seeing Luff trying to catch out anyone, but there's absolutely no one, or at least we know there's absolutely no one in this piano room over into Master.
I'm reloading.
Luff's caution should not, be too out of place, right? They've been burned before, and they are waiting exactly for that right there. Toxin takes the swing and is not successful as Hunter was on that particular angle, and now verticality quickly running out here, so you are losing control of the map. And if you're a defender, you immediately have to start thinking about how you're going to play counter to this. You got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of time to play with. Naminos up here on the top deck. Going to feel that pressure more than anyone else. Hunter, though, does get traded out. And, well, they're a little bit separated from the point here. And, okay. Naminos was just surrounded by enemies, who I don't even think all knew that he was there. It's a great kill from Danny Spicy, but it's just not enough. HG's going to have a hell of a time making something out of this.
I would have to agree with that. We're seeing Danny push up a little bit. Hamstroid has dropped and re-picked up the diffuser. as soon as they had dropped it, Danny realizes where they are, but is just kind of holding down this angle. The question is, though, when will Raccoons end up utilizing that verticality? And that verticality is being utilized as we speak, or I'm assuming it is being utilized as we speak, because I saw a little bit of that flash of the sledge. Grosty finding the final shot onto Danny Spicy. And Corbec, I feel like that's an outcome that we were both expecting. It was a 3-1. They had full map control, full vertical control. They had fully prepped that entire wall to be basically not a wall, but to be just an empty space so they could see and shoot through anyone down there from that hatch and just end up being used completely against them.
Yeah, hoisted by their own petard just a little bit right there. But I mean, you look at it, it's a 4-2 split for Hamsteroid. It's not the worst thing you could have happen, right? This 4-2 split, right, is kind of the standard. I think a lot of people consider it to be, right? Because if you get the 4-2 split on the opposite side, that, you know, the numbers are, you know, at least pushing you into overtime, so that's okay. But yeah, it could have gone a little bit better on their attacking rounds. I think that there were some things that they maybe got away with, especially on that last round. Naminos in particular was just playing a little bit awkwardly up there in the office, and you know, it's fine, whatever. They got 2 wins, and now they're set up to try and run this defense. And we'll see how they come at this defense. They are making some different choices here. Notably, Gabs is being introduced on the Kaid. Now, on the other side, Hunter is playing the Thatcher, and this is an operator interaction that you usually don't see, right? Because they're usually banned. And one of the reasons they get banned is because, well, Thatcher is really good at destroying Kaids, and so once he's gone, you don't want to leave a Kaid on the board, but they'll both be in consideration. The Lion and the Capitao are also very off-the-wall picks, right? That's those are some strange choices for attacker. Capitao, he's a niche operator. He's got a lot of value in if you use him right. Lion is very much the same way, but they are not the generally everybody plays them, like Sophia.
I think with the lack of roam clear picks, they are forcing out that Lion pick if they want to think about clearing out roam. I have been seeing much more of Lion play lately because if you properly utilize and you probably communicate with your team, you can really lock down a bunch of kills and lock down guaranteed picks. The Capitao, however, I feel like is in the same boat where it's like you really need to communicate with your team on how to do it. But those insta smokes along with the hard breach secondary gadget is going to end up being very useful due to the fact that they only have that ace for their main hard breach. So if that ace goes down, you still do technically have a form of hard breach. Not necessarily the best form of hard breach, but it's still there. The question is, will Soup end up utilizing the Lion gadget to try to catch out any sort of roam rather than just picking for a gun favorite, as I like to call it, because there are some people who pick out certain operators, never use the gadget, just like the gun, and that is how it does end up happening sometimes. Soup caught on this window, very, very wanting to push through this window, and finally using the drone to his advantage to see if he can find anyone, but of course, everyone's already holding their angles, no one's running around. Why would they continue running around just to get caught?
Right, indeed, and that's why you want to try and use those Lion pings maybe in conjunction with something else that'll force a little bit of movement, right, and get some people to reveal their angles, but that's okay. You know, filling that gap, I say as Hunter gets a pick right there, but filling that gap left by the Nomad in terms of anti-roam, there are some options. These guys are genuinely 2 of them, Capitao and Lion. The others being, oh, oops. Oh, no, it fell on the floor and popped. Oh, you hate to see it. It's friendly fire, but a different kind.
It's much more of an emotional friendly fire.
Very much so. Very much so.
It does no damage to you, but it doesn't do any physical damage to you, but the mental damage of not only you losing your gadget. I think that was his last Selma too.
It was.
But oh, that's unfortunate. You lost the last Selma to a Capitao being very much so in the way. Oh.
They've got room to play with here. Capitao, though, walks in and gets shot through the feet holes, and Namino see not had that one. He's blocked a Selma charge, then he caught some bullets. It's been a bad day. Raccoons here trying to hold up tight on this wall and keep the fire downrange, but Toxin, he'll just get in and plant. Now we're in a 1v4 situation, and this should just be about Goodnight Irene. I don't think we can really come back and touch on this one here, H. And no, they can't.
And as you say that, it really was at a point where it's no longer in the hands of Hamsteroid. It is already in the hands of Avidity. Well, they very effectively did push that all the way through if we look away from the emotional friendly fire that we saw occur. Of he like really beamed Capital in the head with that. I'm not even gonna lie.
It does do damage too.
It does not a lot of damage.
It's like
but
5 points, I think.
you can use it as a reset tool, but not necessarily the best reset tool. Capital really did just block that, smoke twice, and then die. But granted, we got the gadget use out of Capital. He used the quick smokes, and then even if he died or not, his use was used.
Attackers
I'd also like to
locate and
question you,
defuse bomb.
out of use of a Capital, are you on Team Saw or Team Para for a Capital?
Oh,
The
good
fire rate
question.
is-
I personally prefer the Para. I don't know why. I just never seem to get that much value out of the Saw. Which is weird because I feel like theoretically of the two, it should be the more valuable gun, but I always tend to end up using the Para at the end of the day.
I would have to. I am personally going to disagree with you on that one.
fair enough.
Well, like, also, I'm one of those people who is really good at knowing what to do in Siege, but I'm not necessarily the best at Siege. Like, when I physically sit down at my desk and I play it. So, I
Yeah, I
like
understand.
pre-firing every angle.
Locate
Because I am just an absolute animal like that. But having the Para, it's a lot snappier, it's a lot quicker, and it's just ultimately a lot more flexible than the Saw, which is something that you really do have to consider. But since both guns are practically the same outside of flip size, it is just one of those things where you have to sit down with yourself and come to terms with it. Maybe see a therapist about it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a valid conversation to have. It's one of those ones that, you know, often there are very obvious gun choices on operators, and I don't think that's one of them. So up for debate indeed. Hunter here just going to go ahead and blow open this window, and they will take their time again to set up this attack. It's the same side as last time, so they've got a relatively good idea of how they want to do this. They're trying to apply a little bit of pressure from different angles. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's a sightline there, just really taking that pixel peek down through library, trying to catch out the defender who's stacked up on the hall balcony right now. A couple of shots going in from Hunter won't really find anyone, and they will sort of continue their push around here, still looking for an opening, and no, they're not quite finding anything. In fact, it's Grosty who will find something here.
With the famous Glock with the stock, the PP Roni, a very famous headshot machine, very similarly to the MPX. It does absolutely no damage if you hit the body, but if you hit the head, that's an insta-kill, and we all already know it. And for anyone to be taking off the table, the Lion is a very strong operator to be taking off the table, because that allows for a lot less roam clear, and our roamers can run around a little less, or very indiscriminately. Speaking of roamers, Danny catches Luff out on main stairs. Hunter was able to push through. Danny finding another kill onto Gabs through their own feet hole for finding a third one. Danny just going absolutely off. He is just on an absolute tear, evening it all out and slowly getting cut short. A promising esports career cut short by Tom shooting them.
That was a little bit crazy right there.
Yeah.
Ripping the guts out of the defense before going down, and
He
that's
really just ran
what
in
you
and
like to
shot.
see. He did. He just
Yeah,
went
he
for
ran
it.
in. Yeah.
Man
Absolute
booked it.
mad lad.
Ashmain.
Ashmain's
right there.
Ashmain.mp4.
Exactly. Good
Raccoon.
droning coming out here.
Exactly. Raccoon seeing a bit of a march of the drones coming through. We're seeing two drones go in at the same exact time, and Raccoon's not able to take down either of them. So they have already fully spotted out that the Jaeger is in fact over in piano room behind that gray wall. Tom trying to point out anyone over in a sight. Raccoon's finding a head onto the name of Hunter. It is back down to a 2-2. Nomino's going for the plant. He's just going to stick it like an absolute animal. He's going to be going for it, and it does not pay off. With the final keystroke, as he died, his hand went down and hit the enter key. But he is no longer there to defend that enter key that he worked so hard and sacrificed his life to push. So ultimately, it will go into the hands of Hamsteroid, evening it out a little bit more to a 5-3. I feel like Hamsteroid has just been generally stronger on the defense.
Yeah, that's probably not surprising, right? When we think about it, teams generally get that little bit of an oomph when they play on the defense. A lot of teams prefer it to the attack, and I think it's one of those personalities out there, maybe Reaper, who said that, you know, defense is something that anybody could do, but attack is really where you see the difference in skill between teams, just because it is harder You know, Hamsteroid's keeping it alive, right? They're keeping the dream going. But they are now being forced to a different site, so that'll mean a completely different setup and a change in lives. And they're forcing the 6-pick trick here over. Tried to bait out that Dokkaebi. Nearly got it, but it looks like they might switch back to the Capital. Oh, no, they'll stick with the Doke.
I respect the Dokkaebi pick a little bit more
Attackers
than the
need to locate
Capital
and defuse
personally.
bombs.
It at least clears out a little bit of extra roam. Plus, you can cop those cameras if you didn't shoot them all out in the first place. I think it does ultimately depend on how you end up using the Dokkaebi,
Bomb located by
but she
attackers.
still does have those smoke grenades in hand. So while they will still be caught by the Wamai, the darts do catch, the crossbow bolts do get caught by the Wamai if I remember rightly, but they don't get Jaegered out. There's like a weird interaction with them. I don't quite remember exactly what it is, but the Dokkaebi I feel like will end up being a little bit more flexible in the long term. You still have those smoke grenades, but you also have her gadget and her passive ability and all of this other shenanigans that Hamsteroid now needs to also work around, going for the 6th pick of the Cav into something else, which I feel like Avidity should have looked at that and been like, no one's going to seriously play Cav at all. I've never seen Cav being played not ironically.
True, and maybe the existence of the Wamai here maybe influenced that choice about the Capital as well, because those bolts do get snagged by the magnets, so it is something you would have to take in consideration whether you liked it or not. Playing that kind of vertical rappel right now, trying to get a little bit of pressure from multiple sides, and this is much more kind of the attacks that we were looking for. The C4 goes flying out there, unfortunately. Does not bring Nominos down. He will survive with not a lot of health left as the first Lion Ping comes out, and I don't think they got any success of that one. Oh, hello, Grosty just swings the shelf and brings one down right away. An absolute brutal play there from Grosty on the Goyo, and he's still going to hold back up here. The phone ping coming in, the Lion Ping coming in, everything popping off right now and creating a little bit of pressure. As they'll rotate back underneath. Gabs looking for a C4 kill of his own.
Whoa. C4 Toxin getting scared off from this window. That is a terrifying sight that immediately spikes your adrenaline. Luff and Grosty finding 2 more kills, and Danny getting a refrag back onto Grosty is a 2-4 as we hit our last minute 35 of the round. They still have plenty of time to try to figure out how to safely push this, or to try to get the picks that they need in order to safely push this. We have used all of the C4 on the table, so they no longer really need to worry about that. No, I lied. We still have the C4 in the hands of the Malusi, and I thought we were going to be seeing a use of that, but we will end up not seeing that. Danny being a bit of a risk taker, Ashmane's at MP4 and died taking those risks by the hands of Gams. It is now just down to Toxin on Avidity. Hamsteroid taking down everyone to the point where it's just our ace. They only have a minute left, and they have 4 people to try to bust through. I feel like it is, as you have put it, a good night, Irene. It is already solidified into Hamsteroid, unless Toxin finds something absolutely insane, which I doubt will happen, given that he has just wasted 15 seconds loitering on the roof, probably taking a smoke. It's a bit of a stressful situation.
This is probably just an effort to get his team opportunity to talk. Like, it's an informal timeout at this stage. He knows that nobody can really kill him up here without making a big effort. He probably just sits up here. That gives the rest of the group from Avidity time to discuss, what went wrong in that round and what they can change. Because, I mean, definitely a change of form here for them, right? They're 2 points away from winning the match, and they've had 2 kind of bad rounds in a row. So he's definitely going to take this opportunity, I think, to just sit here and ponder, and they'll work it through. And it's not probably just to protect the KD, as I'm sure some people would think. It's got a tactical purpose, and if you don't believe me, we literally saw it. I think it was yesterday at SI. Somebody did the exact same thing. They went and buried themselves in a corner on the edge of the map so they could sit there and again get their team that unofficial timeout of about, 40 seconds, a minute?
Mm-hmm. It is quite a lot of time to discuss more strategies, or I like to think that we're super analyzing it like they are taking the timeout, the informal timeout, to discuss strategies. But what if he really is just saving that KD?
He's just bored.
He's just bored.
He just doesn't want to do it.
Takes the opportunity to just check through his phone, reply to a Snapchat or two, just making sure. But I am almost 100% certain that it was to discuss any more strategies on their attacking side, especially with the pick of an Iana in the hands of Hunter. That is a new operator completely that we haven't seen played at all
Nope.
in this
Attackers need to
match.
locate and defuse
So
the
they
bomb.
definitely did spend a little bit of time discussing on who are we taking and why are we taking them. And with the hands of Iana, you have that in theory is different from actuality. Infinite information, and you also have that secondary gadget of frag grenades, which is always a plus.
Yeah, Iana is an operator who has consistently, right, H, been growing in terms of popularity. I think we've seen that pretty much across the board. With the introduction of Zero and him kind of being a little bit of a disappointment in terms of how loud his gadget is, right? Like those Argus cams are genuinely about the sound of a train coming through the wall. Iana has kind of risen to take that role, right? She's got the frags, she's got intel gathering, she's got good guns, and on top of all of that, she also has the Gon 6 in the pocket now. So just a lot of util and a lot of information out of one operator. So it makes sense that she's becoming more popular, and it makes sense that we're seeing here as a choice here. It might indicate that Avidity is feeling like they're having a little bit of trouble kind of gathering intel and accurately assessing these attacks. They are going to keep Soup 4K on the Lion, and that may be a little bit less sensible, just because I don't think they've gotten a ton of value out of those Lion pings, even in terms of their anti-roaming capacity, really to hold people in place. But already the push coming in for Trophy, and they've got time to drone, and they've got time to check here. They'll push up in through Master Bathroom, and it looks like most of the second floor, at least right now, is going to be relatively in their control. Still a bit of fight to be had here around the stairs and hall balcony, though.
Hunter just no fear, running all the way through piano, doesn't even really check it out. Probably a lot of drone work done on the back scenes that we didn't quite see. They're taking it a lot more carefully than we saw either team do it in the first place. They're gathering much more information, as seen by that fearless travel coming in through the hands of Hunter. He really just ran all the way through, didn't even walk. He just made sure that they knew he was coming in through piano room. Danny also getting caught a little bit in that piano room. Hunter throwing a bit of a frag grenade, going to see if it catches anything. Does not catch anything, sadly. Everyone's a little bit caught on this main balcony here. So we're going to end up seeing if it gets any sort of purchase at all. They are falling a little bit victim to the let's all push through the same, at least general direction. They only have a minute 15 left, which they already are in the house, very comfortably having control of that top floor. They don't really have a whole ton of soft, or at least quick soft breach to be able to get that vertical advantage that they're looking for. Danny Spicy finding a cheeky headshot onto Raccoons, and Grossi responding immediately with another one. Trying to get the brick, but it doesn't do anything. Gotta add the BM. Might as well take down that C4 while it's there. So we have Gabs holding out this very dirty peek. The C4 already prepped, waiting for anyone to run through that window, but no one's going to be running through that window. They're already through that main site. Tom in our pool room of A site, holding out this main hatch. We're hitting our last 30 seconds. It is a 4-2-3 Avidity favor. Avidity has everything in their favor to try to push all the way through. Tom is going to be caught a little bit on this hatch. We're going to be seeing Luff going for a very, very risky peek of some sort, catching a little bit safe. Gabs finds another kill onto Toxin. That is our ace off the table. We're seeing Hunter take down Gabs. We only have 11 seconds left. It's a 2-1 with Luff left on the table. 7-6. We're still down. They don't have the defuse. It's all just up to Luff to hide. And that's exactly what he's doing. He is just hiding in that closet over there. And they don't have the defuse to even think about planting.
Yeah, that was the key failing of the round. They never went back and secured the defuser right there at the end, and that was what they got punished for right there, is not having it. Yep. They had site control. They could have gone to plant down. They maybe would have got challenged from that vertical angle that was opened up through the hatch by Luff, but still, they could have got something done. Nobody had the the diffuser secured, and we've seen a lot of attackers now on both sides kind of get caught up in that library hallway up there on the top deck. The library hallway hall balcony seems to be where these attacks kind of go to die. That choke point just causing untold amounts of havoc here for these two teams, and really struggling to make hash of it, and not applying a lot of pressure to those library windows at all to try and relieve maybe some of that defensive push. Those shield kind of placements at the top of the stairs, in particular, those library stairs we're seeing there at the top left of the screen, those have been just an absolute killer in terms of defenses.
And I would have to agree with that. We are seeing quite a lot of people getting caught on that library window, trying to push all the way through instead of trying to much more of move about to go through a different angle. Speaking of changing ideas, we are seeing a Zafia pick over the Lion pick. They have realized that the Lion really hasn't given them a whole lot of information, or at least a whole lot of utility, whether it's through improper usage or Hamsteroid just being absolute mad lads and just standing completely still, knowing that they're going to be killed in moments. But the Zafia pick is going to add to their much more aggressive pushing strategy. We have the Ayana and the Ashe to help complement all of that. The Ayana on our main information gathering, and we also still have our Thatcher as well. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of Thatcher play, or much more of a whole lot of Thatcher gadget usage, as they haven't really had to use this gadget at all. We no longer have the Cade on the table. They realized that the Cade didn't fully work out. We saw it last round, but Nominos was either killed way too early in the round, or they never ended up having to use those EMP grenades, at which point I feel like Avidity should try to reconsider and think of a different operator that they should bring to the table, such as Maverick, which, if they're going to be picking their mute primarily, has the frag grenade advantage over Thatcher.
Very true indeed. I mean, we do see Soup 4K here has decided to give up that Lion now, finally, after all this time, which I think is wise this things considered. They've got some good push in here, right? They've managed to take Trophy. They've got Trophy stairs secured. They're pushing up here. They're about to get jumped on right there.
Oh my god!
Bluff! Death from above right there. Unfortunately, got baited by the clone. So what could have been a much more disastrous situation was saved by Hunter. Still, though, Gabs playing the hole in the floor gets one more. What a crazy series of events right there. We missed it just by a half second, but essentially what happened was Luff just hurled themselves over that short balcony down to the trophy room stairs and started firing. Oh my lord.
I think it was Danny. We switched from Danny to someone else, and I just saw this singular frame. The one frame of Luff jumping over the balcony. And I was like, oh no, something's going to happen. And things did, in fact, happen. Grosty is our last operator on the defensive side. Aruni being a very strong operator by herself with her Pironi. And we're going to see if she's able to find a double. Does not find any sort of purchase. Those bullets just hit her like an absolute truck. But we're going to see it happen yet again in slow motion. 10K. That's going to happen exactly. And there's not a whole lot that Hamsteroid could have done in that situation. So now we are back down to our match point in our Avidity favor. But Hamsteroid has evened it out back to a 6-5. If they take it all the way to overtime, I would not be that surprised, because through that overtime, they would be able to take it all the way to a mad W for Hamsteroid. However, I feel like Avidity has fully adapted to what kind of defensive strategies they're going to be going for, what kind of flanks they're going to be going for after that very risky jump, death from above from Luff, being a bit of a paratrooper. But I feel like Avidity has it in the bag.
Needs to get that. That was amazing. It was like Assassin's Creed. He was just perched there up on the thing coming over the top. Like
r/r/ moments from disaster.
That was a crazy play. I'm actually kind of surprised it worked as well as it did, but I think it was just so unexpected that nobody ever would have anticipated that to happen. And that's the kind of stuff that this tier of Siege play is good for, because you just don't see that kind of crazy stuff anywhere else. I loved it. Absolutely love it. But anyway.
Yeah. Outside of our paratrooper Malusi coming in from the high right, coming in from the third rope, all the way down to get a double kill. They are going to be going for the arguably most defensible site of Master Bedroom. They are going to be holding a very roam-heavy game by the looks of it. No one's particularly spending their time to sit on site. Everyone's kind of running about, doing their own thing. And I feel like As in for Hamsterwhite, that has worked out a little bit more than them trying to much more solidify a holding position. Even though in theory, it should be the other way around.
Very true indeed. And Hunter here putting some shots in through the library windows. And again, this has been a pretty typical attack angle here when we're going out to the site. You secure library, you push your way through, hall balcony, hall library, hallway, kind of in that general direction. Danny Spicy here going to drop in and put pressure on library as well. So multiple guns investing their way in through here. Hunter kind of leading the charge here with the Iana, and I don't know that that's necessarily necessary, and gets wall banged right there. Again, that might be a little bit of map unfamiliarity. Talked about it a couple of times, but that definitely has that feeling to it. Luff trying to push back into the library is swung on and killed almost immediately, and well, at least Hunter can have a good laugh about it in the chat there.
Hunter is down for the count. We no longer have our, in theory, by the numbers, infinite information. We're seeing Danny take down Grosty. We got the ping. We got the proper dronage going all the way through. We were able to find that kill, making it a 4-2-3 Avidity favor. Nomino's finding a bit of a run into the library. Soup droning out very carefully on that main stairs. Everyone's there. Everyone's got the good old-fashioned meat drone that is the head being used constantly. Danny getting a little bit of a push onto A site, trying to catch anyone out. Raccoon holding off some main angles. We have been seeming to see a lot more of an anchor defensive strategy now coming in the hands of Hamsteroid. We're going to be seeing Gabs get a very dirty hit onto Toxin. That's the ace down for the count. A C4 that I feel like should have killed Dominoes kills Nominos. Didn't even go all the way through. Didn't even go all the way over that little banister. It just kind of stuck right on top and then was still able to blow him up. We only have 52 seconds left on the clock, and Hamsteroid has fully turned it around. We have Soup 4K standing outside, and Danny finding a kill. Danny finding a quad. Could he get the ace? It's just Gabs left. Danny is getting a little bit greedy for this. Gabs moves away from that piano hold just in time to get Danny. Sadly, we will not be seeing the ace coming in, and Gabs will ultimately die, making it an ultimate W for Avidity Esports.
Wow. What a conclusion to that, actually. That was a series that I did not think was going to be that close at the end there, and it was. Congrats there to both teams for playing a pretty entertaining game on Chalet, a map that a lot of teams are not brave enough to try, so I appreciate that. And yeah, Danny Spicy, a well-deserved MVP right there, was an absolute unit of a fragger there for his team, picking up 19 kills, which is more than the top two players over on the other team combined. And that's something to really think about right there. That was a spectacular performance from the crew.
Almost getting an ace to top that all off. If they got the
almost
ace,
getting an ace,
that would have been the very thick 20 kills in one whole set. And that is something very hyped to see, not only because of the ace, but 20 kills, 19 kills is already enough. 20, you're hitting that 2 in the tens digit. That's like, whoa, that's a lot. That is Ash mains, though. We have to admit, Ash mains really do go hard. They go hard or go home.
Good skill.
That's what it is. It's beautiful to see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's plenty more action to see here today on the qualifiers for the Digital Athletic League. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the second match here for you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even going to intro who your casters are, but uh, you already know who we are. I'm the letter H. This is Corbec.
Are you brought to us by Sesame Street too?
Yeah, we're brought by Sesame Street, apparently.
The letter H.
Yeah, you might. I'm very famous. You might have heard of, the alphabet. I'm in that. So
It's an
like,
elite company, to be honest.
kind of,
Really only
kind of a
small
big
selection.
deal. I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
But an
Rainbow
even
Six
bigger
Sesame
deal,
Street.
and an even
Can't wait for
bigger
that.
deal today would have to be our match of Avidity Esports versus Revenge Nation. Now we are going to be going for here in a minute. I believe we are in a very similar situation that we were
Yes.
last time, wherein we are still trying to get all the players corralled up. Those gamers, they're just unpredictable. Like you can't tell what they're going to do next.
No, you can't. But it's good. We're going to get to see a little bit of consistency here. I guess we'll get to see Avidity play their next round right against Revenge Nation. Will be good to see them in action again. We saw them on Chalet, where they kind of walked a bit off the wild side, right? They nearly lost a lead that they had pretty well secured on the defense. They almost let it slip out of their fingers, but they were able to turn it around, and it was largely due to some pretty strong gun skill right there coming out of, I believe it was Danny Spicy, who was top in the leaderboard. So that's a name you all should be watching out for as we go into this next match. Somebody who really can pop off and really, I mean, truly a strong player. 19 elims. We haven't yet quite got the bands here yet, but hopefully we'll be getting them in soon. We'll have a better idea of exactly where we're taking you for this best of one.
And what I think it'll be really funny. Hear me out. Back to
Okay.
Chalet, running it back on the
my
salty
Lord.
run back. And we go back to Chalet. We can practice those call outs yet again.
It's like a loser's bracket in the FGC. You got to run it back again after we just did it. No, I don't. I hope not. As much as I enjoyed watching it played once, I think that I would appreciate a little bit of variety in our stunning international locations provided by Ubisoft, but we shall see. I wouldn't surprise me because I think it was Avidity who truly banned into that. They wanted to play it when it was still an option on the board. And I mean, it worked out for them, but it nearly didn't. So I don't know if they'll be super eager to return to that particular location, but it would not surprise me. Let's just put it in that bucket. Sorry, I'm still a little distracted thinking about Sesame Street. Or was it Rainbow Street 6 Sesame Street?
We're still on this bit, huh?
No, I was just thinking about Big Bird as Oryx, just smashing through a wall and jumping up through a hatch.
That has to be a mod.
That's what I got stuck on, to be honest. I was like, my God, could you imagine? It's already bad enough.
Dude. No, see, I'd imagine him a Super Grover. Super Grover would be a good one too.
Super Grover, yeah, that'd be a pretty good one as well.
It's just Super Grover.
Well, our first ban is in, and actually Avidity will take Coastline off the board again, which is interesting to me, right? Because we talked about this last time. Coastline is the fraggiest map, right, of the fraggy maps. And it's weird to me that they take it off the board because they've got the gun skill to pay the bills here, H. So it's weird that they're like, well, we don't want to play that one. You'd think that was a map that they would love to have Danny Spicy just turn loose on.
However, we are seeing the banning of Chalet. You can wipe your brows now. All of that stress of thinking about going back to France is just gone. Thank God. But is Chalet? I thought Chalet was in the French Alps. I believe that's the location. Am I correct on that? Do you quite remember, Orbit?
I think you are right.
Yeah,
I think you are right.
Now we can still go to France if we go to Consulate, and you expressed your opinion on Consulate last round when we were discussing these map bans. We're going to get a Villa ban as well. Consulate is still on the table, so we could still see a play coming in from that area. But right now we're back to our usual. Well, they've banned Clubhouse. We're down to Consulate Cafe and Oregon.
Narrowing it down, yeah. And we could be going to the diplomatic territory of France, right? I think that map is set in the Ivory Coast, but it is a French embassy, which I always thought was interesting. They don't make that very apparent to you when you
not much diplomacy going on here.
No, not a lot of diplomacy. Mostly just things blowing up. People
which
getting
is far
shot,
more entertaining, by the way.
Probably we're going to see Oregon. is what I would think. Consulate, Cafe, Oregon still left on the board. You know, my gut instinct in that situation would always be to go towards Oregon. But if they want to play something a little wacky, I think out of the choice between Cafe and Consulate, I would almost feel the more out of left field choice would be the Consulate. Force teams to play a map that maybe they don't like as much or they aren't as familiar with.
I would have
Excuse me.
I would have to agree with that. We're both being cursed with like weird.
Contagious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't know how I caught it through my headphones, but I think I did. It's very
Consulate's gone,
problematic. We're seeing the
by the way.
consulate ban. I'd be willing to bet we are going to be going to Oregon now, unless for some reason Revenge Nation is really comfortable on Cafe. We are going to Cafe.
Whoa, it
As I
will
say
be
that,
Cafe.
Cafe Dostoevsky. I really
Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky. You really got to say
There
it
you
with
go.
like the
You
Russian
gotta
like.
put that accent into it, huh?
Yeah,
Like a villain in an 80s action. Like that.
Cafe Dostoevsky. Yeah, like that. So
It's
it's just
it's a fair choice. It's a fair choice, to be honest. It's a map that I feel like it dips and die. You know, it dips and it goes and it dips and it goes in terms of popularity. Sometimes teams are really eager to play there. Lately, I think people have kind of been liking it less and less just because
I've
it is
been-
getting a little bit stale, though, isn't it?
I have been seeing quite a lot of Cafe actually. A lot more Cafe and less Oregon. But Cafe, I feel like gets staler a lot quicker.
Yeah.
It is something that's just you always see the same push. It doesn't matter what site they're on. You're going red stairs hatch, clearing the entire top floor, moving down one level, clearing out the entire middle floor. And then finally, if they're on the bottom floor, you finally look at the site, and by then you probably have like a minute left if you were doing it
Yeah.
effectively, which most teams don't do it effectively. So
That is
they
correct.
don't have a minute left. So it just ends up being a bit of a storm of it's a comedy of errors with the violence of Macbeth, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you 100% on that. And it's one of those things too where I think it's a site that teams or like a map that teams do like because in terms of kind of as an attacker going through your mental checklist of what you need to do, right? Like drone out top floor, clear top floor, drone out second floor, clear second floor, you know, bam, 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 down the list or whatever. It is very mechanic. The map basically lists the checklist for you, right? In terms of its design, it makes it very easy for you to complete those steps, which is why I think some teams do like playing there. Some teams do just favor the verticality of which the map, you know, is infamously known for its vertical play, right? There's a lot of that going into it. I mean, you do see some interesting strategic variations. There are some strategic variations of how to hold some of those upper or second floor points. There are even kind of that castle extension, right, is one of the things you can do on the lower point, the kitchen area, to kind of make things a little bit more interesting. But you are right. At the end of the day, we see a lot of the same standard stuff, and I wouldn't expect these teams to really be breaking the mold in terms of what we should see here.
And it is just kind of a creatures of habit type deal when it comes to
Yeah.
Cafe. Like you do only see pretty much all the same, not necessarily the same operator picks, but at least the same execution. I have seen on more than one occasion though. Uh I don't remember exactly what teams it was, but I saw the entire attacking team run through not the garage. I think the technical call out would be garage, but through garage on the first floor, up white
Yeah.
stairs, all the way up to the third floor, didn't catch anything, and then all died as a team to like 1C4. They were just already ready. They were good for it. And
The
I would
charge
have
of
to
the Light
say,
Brigade.
I believe I was commentating with Caro or someone at the time, and he was like midpoint of something. And then as soon as that happened, it was like solid 10 seconds of just, I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to say about that either. It is actually an unconventional attack angle that you can take for going on to the kitchen site. You can kind of rush through that garage area, that backdoor entrance, try and get that wall open into freezer, and then start applying pressure down that hallway. So you'll usually see teams, you know, they've got somebody maybe out in the cocktail bar area or whatever. They are looking for it. It's not incredibly common, but some teams do try it. Usually, though, it is like you said, habit, right? They'll go for those vertical takes, and a lot of the same operators will make their appearance. Now, on the last map, we saw Nomad get banned. pretty early on. I believe that was an Avidity ban as well.
It
So I would
was.
expect to see that again. What was interesting is neither team last time banned Kaid, and we did see Avidity's opponents engage in a little bit of Kaid, but Avidity themselves steered away from him. So I would assume that he is also going to be on the chopping block here for Cafe.
I would have to. I feel like if they don't ban the Cade, they have to use the Cade.
Yeah,
Like it's one of
I
those
agree.
things where, especially on Cafe, you can get away with not using the Cade on Chalet. Still a very useful operator on Chalet. However, on Cafe, he is very much so. We either take him or we ban him. There is no in betweensies. You can't really like not ban him and not worry about him. You just have to buckle down. You have to double down and take the Cade pick so then you can lock off all the hatches so then they at least can't get a vertical push into places like Freezer or places like the I believe there's one in Train Room. Yeah, there is one in Train
Yep.
Room. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that way the pushes into those sites aren't nearly as easily acquired.
Yep. 100%. And we do also see Hibana get banned here sometimes for very similar reasons, being that of the hard breachers, she is the most efficient when it comes to opening those reinforced hatches from above, right? Unless you're, well, actually, I was going to say, unless you're bringing a hard breach charge, but then using the hard breach charge on one hatch still sometimes feels like a little bit of a waste, right? Depending on who the operator is. So, she's up on that potential list of banned targets as well, and probably not entirely surprisingly in that regard. It'll be interesting to see what these teams go for here. Last time we saw Avidity start on the defense, and they took that and they got that 4-2 split, and that was kind of what propelled them over the line at the end when they finally got into the doldrums of their attacking rounds. But on the map age, they are starting on the attack, and I wonder, do you think that's going to disadvantage them a little bit? Because I'll be honest, their attack on Chalet did not look particularly convincing.
I feel like if you attack first, you get much more of an idea of how Revenge Nation or the defending team in question would respond to being pushed on. So that if they go to defense, if they're very roam heavy, and depending on and by the looks of the bans from Avidity last round, they are pretty roam heavy. If they just insta ban that Nomad, I
Mhm.
feel, or either way, they ban either the Nomad or the Jackal since they seem to be very roam heavy based
Yeah.
in their ban picks. I feel like pushing them a little bit on the attacking side to try to figure out how they would respond to being pushed on would be very effective for when they switch over to defense to get a much more well executed roam game because they now realize how they're going to respond or what ideas they might go through, especially with Cafe being that cocktail bar has an entire sight line all the way through that main hallway, all the
Yep.
way through most of the third floor. It's just one of those sight lines that you end up definitely either fully defending or you have a roamer fully camp until they no longer can.
Yeah, you're very correct. I have, I think, seen this Revenge Nation squad before play, and I can't remember for the life of me what organization or tournament it was in. I'm trying to remember. It may have been AWG. It may have been Ascension League. I think it was, but I don't remember much from their appearance, so it'll be interesting to see them out as well for another go at it. If I remember correctly, they were pretty solid when it came to attacking. So, starting off with defense for them is granting them a little bit of a boon. But, obviously we probably won't be seeing third floor as the first site. People have kind of started to steer away from that as a choice on Cafe a lot of the time, and instead they usually start off down on kitchen service, and can't really blame them for that. I think it is probably, well, arguably the strongest side of the map, unless you really know what you're doing on second floor. In some cases, you can turn those sites into an absolute murder fest, but you really need to know what's what. You have to be very coordinated. So a little bit of an advantage here to Revenge Nation, I would say, but not perhaps significant enough to make any long-lasting impact on the overall tenor of the round. And again, they are going to have to compete with some pretty impressive gun skill. We talked about it at the beginning of this, but we saw Avidity players come out, and I hyped up, I believe it was Danny Spicy, but right below him, and then the name escapes me, but right below him, one of his teammates was sitting at about 12 kills on the rounds as well. So almost nipping at his heels in terms of kill count. So two very strong fraggers at the top of the list that demand attention. You simply can't ignore them or let them do their thing.
I will yet again say the phrase that we were hearing ever so often. Ashmain.mp4. on the joke of begging for attention. But Danny Spicy is one to be is a force to be reckoned with that very dirty 1910 KD, I believe he ended the day with. That is a solid like 1.9, I believe. That's a very easy math exactly. But we are going to be going to cafe. I don't know if we'll see very hard rushes from the attacking side, which might be to the detriment of Avidity completely because of the fact that when they were on Chalet, they rushed really hard and they tried to get in, get the kills that they needed. And at the end of the day, they were able to get in and get the kills that they needed exactly.
Yeah, you're right. They did really favor, I think, on some of those attacks on Chalet, they did very much favor rush-oriented strats, just getting their man in motion, kind of in the point, trying to secure the critical areas as quickly as possible. They favored verticality a lot as well, which maybe makes this cafe map a little bit nicer for them too, because they were already leaning towards those vertical approaches on pretty much every attack they did on Chalet, so they're familiar with the processes that have to be kind of put into place to make that work, right? So it'll be good to see them in action in that particular regard. And I mean, I think we'll see probably some of the standard stuff in terms of, like you said, clear down red stairs, go ahead and move into, you know, trains or whatever, and you start slamming breaching charges down on the floor and whatnot, and you get a bunch of holes open. And it's always interesting to note, I think a lot of people think, right, that you open up those holes in the floor specifically to go for kills, but it's not even actually necessarily about going for kills. It's more just closing down positions that defenders could hide in, right? It's another form of taking over map control, and it's one of those little aspects of vertical play, the more technical aspects of vertical play, that I think a lot of people don't necessarily think of when they think of that term. Usually we think of a sledge bangs a hole in the floor and then somebody, but a lot of times all Sledge has to do to be effective is just open up a hole above a location that, you know, your Melusi would like to hide in, and that she can't hide there anymore. So it constricts the effective zones for defenders.
It's not really a they can hide there. It's a much more of they shouldn't hide there. Let's be honest.
That's true.
Like,
right? They could still hide there, but they will suffer for it theoretically if they do.
But I have seen quite a lot of vertical play done very effectively on Cafe. On Thursday, I watched a synthetic match, and we saw one of their players blow up a hole while they were planting up top, kill the person who was planting, and then just run away. They no longer had time to plant the diffuser, so they just ended up winning the round because of that. It's one of those things in vertical play where if it's executed very effectively, wherein you're either just catching out any spots where they can hide, or you're just much more of doing it to divert attention to where your vertical play is happening, so any horizontal play can be pushed in a little bit easier.
Yeah.
It's just much more of scare tactics. It's scare tactics.
Scare tactics, exactly. And this is all just, you know, part of the overall sort of tactical brilliance of Siege, right? It doesn't require this level of sort of 3D thinking, right? You got to be looking at every angle, every bit and piece, and how you can effectively hold. It's one of the reasons why I find the game so interesting and why I've kind of gotten into it more. Is just it does offer a wellspring, let's say, of tactical choices to be made. Not that I can ever execute them myself, certainly not alone in a ranked match, but I can learn about them.
Listen, all I'm saying is I know what to do. Doesn't mean I'm not silver in ranked in Rainbow Six Siege. I really like doing that because I am not at all good at the game, but I know what to do, so I can tell people who are way better than me on what they're doing wrong, and that is a very good feeling.
You're still maintaining that position of power, and that's really what matters.
It is. I am one totem pole up. I am one rung up that totem pole. Exactly. I am positioned exactly above them, and I really gotta just utilize that power as much as I can as a commentator.
Oh, it's a curse though, isn't it? Because sometimes you're sitting in those matches, be they unranked or ranked or whatever, and you're like, you know, you're playing some character, you're taking your precise time, you're like droning things out, you're tagging, you're like putting out your air jabs in all the right spots, and meanwhile, one of your teammates is playing Rush Glass, swinging into the bank office window.
No, see, I was the latter because my biggest issue with playing Rainbow Six Siege is that I am blind, so I can't see anyone.
Yeah,
so as soon as I picked glass, and I could see people, they were just dead. I was like, I can click on people. That's not the hard part. The hard part is like
just finding them.
It's like where is the person in this mess of gray? Where are they?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the fun aspects of playing the game is when you can't find anyone and they can shoot you, and you're like, I genuinely have no idea where that came from. And target acquisition, let's call it, is always a bit of a challenge. And it's that and learning unexpected things that you just have never noticed before. Like, you know, I've been casting Siege, I've been playing Siege casually or whatever. I just found out the other day that the couches on the top floor bank, like the bank office, those are like bangable. You can shoot through them. I had no idea.
They are couches.
They are couches. I don't know why. And then, you know, that's what I thought immediately afterwards. I was like, why did I think that this couch was bulletproof? But I like sat down to plant, and this Jaeger just spams, you know, over the top of the desk and kills me. And I was like, how did you do that? And he's like, you know, he used some language that I won't repeat on stream, but essentially he told me that they were
as Siege players do.
As Siege players do, you can shoot through the couches, and I was just like, my God, of course you can shoot through the couches. They're couches. So fun trick. By the way, if those of you who are waiting for this match to get started, if you want a fun trick on that particular site, there's a couch facing one of the double windows. You can lay behind that, wait until somebody opens it up, and as they swing in, you can shoot straight through the couch and kill whoever's swinging on the window. Fun fact. They'll never expect it.
And then they'll immediately accuse you. You'll either immediately die or immediately get accused of hacking. It's one of those two things. There's ideally both. In an ideal world, both would happen. You would die and then get accused of hacking, which I don't know why that would count. But it's that kind of like.
Attackers need to locate.
I think that is also one of the things I like about Siege. But to return a little bit back to the point that I was on, that's why we banned certain outfits in Rainbow Six Siege. Because I think there's a whole like you can probably Google it.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of just photos of like, can you find the operator in this area? And like, I already have a hard time finding like the default dressed operators in like these dark hallways. Now imagine them when they're actually wearing camouflage.
Yep, very true.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. And there's actually another little interesting tidbit. Is Kapkan's elite skin. If you play a lot of Kapkan and you're willing to swing the money for it, those traps are actually much harder to see than regular Kapkan traps because they're coloring, especially on maps like, funny enough, Cafe, because you can kind of hide those traps up against walls and they blend in very seamlessly and they are very hard to kill. And ever since I got that elite skin, I actually the amount of kills that I was getting, but it looks like the game is back up and our stream is here. We are actually already in the thick of the action.
The bans have already
happened. Whether we like it or not. Revenge Nation got around, and it was crazy.
Yes,
we just didn't want to tell you guys about it.
I saw it happen. I watched Chosen on Alibi get 3 whole kills, and it was just the most hype thing that I've ever seen in my life. But I was so focused on discussing Sesame Street or discussing people dressed up in a way where I can't see them, and that's why I can't play Rainbow Six Siege. We're going to be seeing Kenny RN taking down Hunter, one of the people that we were seeing in the last round, playing Jackal this time. Jackal was not banned this round. C4K getting a kill onto Chosen as well. We are still on a 2-minute timer coming through. We are on a 4-3 Avidity favor. So they are on that defensive white stairs. They are going for a reading room and dining room hold, which I've been seeing quite a lot more of as of late, rather than I believe it's mining room and train room, which is much more vertical base, or not much more of a vertical base, but much more of in a way where it's a lot easier to get that vertical. And Skunky, I didn't even see him. He was outlined, and I still didn't see him.
There's those issues. It's that camouflage coming in big. Danny Spicy here trying to play out a cocktail bar is just annihilated from the game by Kenny. No hesitation there at all. Soup 4K will play off the doorway as Naminos comes in here, moving down the staircase or the hallway past the bathroom, and that is an unfortunate fate there. Kenny more than happy to just collect those kills almost for free coming down that hall.
And that he really did just end up stumbling down that hallway and dying in the hands of it. We might be able to see what operators were banned in just a second. We have a Thatcher, Nomad, Valkyrie, Womai, a very stock set of bans. And the Thatcher ban we saw go out this time. But we saw almost all the same exact bans from last round, barring the Womai and Thatcher. Valkyrie and Nomad both being either pick or ban operators. You either take them or you don't take them. Or you either take them or you ban them. I don't know why I worded it like that, but that's just how I guess that's how the cookie ends up crumbling. Nomino's back on that Capital grind, and Hunter switching out the Jackal for our Maverick. They no longer have any sort of roam clear or roam denial. They're just going to kind of depend on the good old fashioned meat drone
Attackers need to
of
locate
your
and defuse
body and
bomb before
firearm to try to find anyone, as we are going to be going over to our kitchen area, our kitchen prep room site, which I have seen quite a lot happen, and we have Big Guy on Mozzie for our intel.
Yeah, it's good to see a little bit of drone denial right here. And the reason that I got banned out is he's a very traditional ban on Cafe because A, the verticality, but also B, because of the window play up on the top floor in particular. He helps deny a lot of projectiles coming in through that room. But a little bit of drone denial chosen on the vigil roam, so he'll be the lead point of contact here on those top stairs as they begin to push in, and we should here theoretically expect these attackers to push down from the top and work their way in until they can get the vertical spots. What's kind of an interesting choice here, though, is they are showing Maverick H, and I assume that that's for destroying hatches because, you know, rest his soul, but that's not the thing that he's best at. They might actually be trying some sort of bakery attack here.
They are going for a very horizontal push, but it looks like Danny already doing what he does best, running in and getting things done, blowing stuff up, hopefully shooting a person, but ultimately not finding any bullets to catch anyone in there. But instead of going for a very vertical play that we were talking about and ever so hyping for Cafe, we are seeing a very horizontal play.
Straight in.
Yeah, they really did just go straight in. I'm assuming they might have picked the Maverick. They flashed the Maverick. That's very unfortunate. I was kind of hoping he'd throw that grenade anyway and then whiff it. And we're going to see he's just going to take a lot of damage in the hands of Tox, and that frag grenade's going to find nothing. They're just going to try to find the Cade Claw. They didn't ban the Cade this time, and they really are paying the price because that is not the person you pick a Maverick into. Because you can hide that Cade Claw into the tiniest of corners, and they are just almost impossible to take down unless you have a batch.
I mean, this is literally, and I don't mean to be harsh,
bomb location.
level in the ban phase. If you ban Thatcher, you really, really, really have to consider banning Kaid. Like, you can't, well, we talked about this on the last map as well. It's really difficult to leave a Kaid on the board. Now, you can do what's happening here, right? You can just try and open holes up, but this is what happens. You get the push underneath. Well, that's exactly what we saw right there. I don't know which particular defender it was who was going for those feet shots, but they were causing utter havoc. You're just never going to be able to get this bakery wall open. You just have to accept that that's going to be something you can't do. And work your way around differently. He's calling himself an artist in the chat, which is which is a bit funny because I don't know, that wall didn't look like any art I've ever seen. But Chosen playing that particular vigil peak is very strong. Big Guy chucks the C4 over and then gets a kill of his own with the gun. Not choosing the Roni option here. Oh, he'll stick with the Commando H.
That is a very interesting pick. Kenny finding some toes. That is a vital part in the human body. If you didn't know, if your toes go out, you might as well be dead. Soup caught in a bit of a bind, getting smoked out, forcing a run out of the window. I feel like our Maverick was trying to, I feel like Hunter was trying to like Maverick trick it, because you can Maverick trick it to the point where the wall just disintegrates.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But it's one of those things where like you really got to get consistent with it. And if you are going to do that, having a sledge or some sort of soft breach destroy all the soft walls is very effective. Skunky, I don't mean to ignore him a little bit. Skunky's going to find a bit of a double kill, finding 1-2 right here. Ooh. Very good left and then right hook into the enemy team of Avidity. Revenge Nation already getting a decent lead on the defensive side. We are fully rotated back to not the tertiary sites. We are going back to what would be considered the most popular site for Cafe, being the third floor, which, while that does remove a whole lot of steps coming in for our attacking team if they decide to go for a vertical push, that does leave the whole bottom floors as an option to push up through. Nominos picking 0 instead of an Iana. Opinion.
Again, I don't know. It kind of.
Well, we're locking it in, by the way. We've 6 picked it out.
We're in it. Yeah, we're not taking a sledge here either, which one that I will look a little bit askance at, because he does,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
he is quite
defused by
useful on
attackers.
this top floor. There's a reason he does those hatches real well, and you don't have to use your breaching rounds or any of your lifeline charges there. But okay, fine. Nominos picking up 0 is an interesting call. I don't think, to me, these picks come across as a team that really doesn't know what to do, and that sounds harsh. But I get the feeling that they're struggling a little bit here, right? 0 can double down as provides you with a little bit of util denial. If you're trying to maybe hunt a Kaid Claw, perhaps that's what you're thinking about bringing him for, but now they're not running a Kaid, so that's not really an issue anymore. You really have to get value out of those Argus camps in terms of positioning them in common rotate locations here, especially watching the staircases. And if you can do that, then you can definitely get pick.
I would have to agree with that, and we are seeing another Frost pick coming on, showing ever so more the famousness of our Frost picks, having a bit of a scare tactic with a bear trap. I really wish, like, you could just take the bear traps and just throw them at people, but with the way that she has them, like, set up,
On the Jade.
yeah, no, bear trap on a rope. That's a weapon type. I don't know what you mean. I want an operator that just has a frost mat on a rope and they just throw it. That's just what they do.
Play it.
Because that would be
Can't even
absolutely
knock it.
terrifying. It would be high risk, high reward. It would be really funny. Big guy finding the first kill of the round onto Hunter or Ayana. Not going to be able to use that, in
Attackers
theory,
located a bomb.
infinite intelligence. That is just a bit of a dead horse that I keep beating whenever I talk about Ayana. But you know what? It's kind of her whole deal. Toxin pushing all the way through onto the bear trap.
No!
Oh, you were
Oh,
looking at
no.
you didn't even check the hatch. You didn't even like look down into the hatch to
You
make
drone
sure there
it.
wasn't a bear trap. That is just pain.png. I feel bad, but those are the most effective spots to put bear traps, is right below hatches. Skunky and Danny both finding kills. Refragged out by Skunky. We are down to a 3-2. We have Nominos on our 0 and Soup on our Zafia. It's not the worst team to be left with, but out of the rest, but with all the gadgets left over, that's not a whole lot that you can use to take down things such as the Aruni or the Goyo. The Goyo is something you really also need to worry about, whether they plan on using those shields as an actual active area denial, or if they're just going to use it to blow, or if they're just going to use it as that deployable shield.
Yeah, that was just a series of missteps here from the Avidity side. Cells at all. Soup 4K here trying to fight into Pixel pretty much without any assistance whatsoever, and that is a tall order at the best of times. Kenny, well, he's just going to go ahead and get aggressive there. Nominos does punish him for that, but with the life that Nominos has left, only that about 50% of his health bar, this is a tall order for him to pull this through and together, and they've got angles on him. Well, you'll see right there creeping through the background. I don't know that Nominos saw it. Is the frost there? A couple of shots coming down range. The C4 coming out. He'll take it out of midair, which is some time. The peak coming out from Pixel yet again. You just can't leave that shield there and expect to make this attack work. And Nominos has no option. It's either engage or come on now. No, what are you doing? Trev back, you didn't have to do that. I'm going to be brutally honest with you, mate. You could have held by that shield and you could have protected the KD, but it's fine. You win anyway.
I think it is a form of BM. The KD doesn't matter as long as the matches a 1 is really high. Even though if your KD is really low and your matches 1 is really high, that looks kind of sus. Not gonna lie.
Eyes bigger than his stomach is what it was. You wanted the kill.
He did really good on that initial peak, though. I am surprised that the Zafia's immediate reaction was not to try to blow up that shield all the way over in Pixel, because that is such a pivotal shield to take down in order to even think about pushing through third floor horizontally. Because we saw a perfect example of that. Nominos was just watching that main sight line, and because of the way that shield was placed, not big guy, I believe it was Trev. Yeah, Trev was able just to walk through over to Pixel, get behind the shield, and still try to find a shot or two onto Nominos. And while it didn't kill him, it really did hurt both his body and his feelings.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. And, you know, this is strange because this doesn't even really look very much like the Avidity saw last map. They're lacking a little bit in confidence. They seem a little bit rushed slash maybe panicked in the way that they're executing here. You saw a really good example of that with the way that Toxin died, right? He just didn't really, I don't think he even really took the time to drone that hatch onto red stairs. He just dropped straight down into it, and he got punished in kind of the weakest of ways by dropping onto a frost mat that was placed in a really obvious location. And they're genuinely, I would have thought that they're better than what this has been showing us. I'll just put it at that. You'll see now, defending the second floor site, the very heavy presence on the top floor, and this of course is usually the way that this goes. That being said, showing us maybe a little bit of a rush here. Some teams do like to do this. They'll bust right in through this door in just a second if they can get it open. They don't have all the tools for this, but they've got enough. And I'm curious to see how this plays out here.
There's a lot of player interaction that we're seeing going on. They're all stacked up. They're all kind of looking at it. They're expecting a run out, which I would not be surprised if a run out came through that window. They're all just gonna go in and die. I don't even know what to say. I'm down to making caveman noises. Like they really just ran in and died. Was that all by like 1C4, or did they just get gunned down? Like they really just they spent so much time debating on whether or not to push through that doorway, and then they just did and died.
Yep, you're exactly right. Actually, H, that's what happened. They took too long. If you're gonna execute that strategy, you got to do it in like 2 seconds. And Danny Spicy alone out there on that small balcony is nothing. You can die, but no, if you're gonna do the rush, it has to be immediate. Can't mess around. You can't stand out there. It gives your opponents way too long to adjust, and that's essentially what they did. They just had the sightlines set up. The push came in, and it was something akin to World War One. They just all charged through a small space and got mowed down by automatic weapons fire. I mean, it just again, this is so strange to me. This was not the Avidity we saw the last map. They look like a completely different team, and whipping out Montaigne here is not changing my opinion on that at all.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it was an immediate 6th pick, but if we saw the Montaigne, I would be like, you know what? I respect them trying something new, trying to see if something else works out. We are switching out the smoke for an Echo, which is a very interesting pick in the hands of Revenge Nation, in my opinion, because I am on the side of smoke as kind of, you need him. That or either Tachanka, I guess, but like, that's a very much more iffy character. There was one that we saw recently where they played both Tachanka and Smoke onto the same site, and it worked out wonderfully, actually, because they were able to.
A lot of area denial.
They denied a lot of area, judging by their jobs of area and denial. But I feel this is not the Avidity that we saw last round. They really don't seem as confident, and I feel like that is definitely not being helped by both Big Guy and Kenny, with Skunky right on the heels of the both of them. But neither of them have died at all, really. Actually, none of those three have died that much. The only person who's really died quite frequently on Revenge Nation has been Trevmech. And whether that's him being very greedy through that pixel peek that we saw, or if it's just good old-fashioned bad luck, who's to say? We don't really know. He seems to be the very aggressive hold and the very, I'm going to get information for when I die.
Yeah, Kenny is, if I remember correctly, one of the strongest players on this squad, so I'm not surprised to see him up there, but it is speaking a bit to how much... And this is just a miscommunication issue. Like, what are you doing? Like, you have to know that's not how that should go, and okay.
I think it's just
I mean, now we're down a breaching charge.
Like, all right. And a few shotgun shells. Don't forget a few shotgun shells.
Yeah.
Trevmech finding a kill. That's for punishing him for using the shotgun after we placed the breaching charge. That is just a clear showing of a lack of communication coming in on the side of Avidity, whether or not that communication was just not there this round, or just communication that was never there, and we just saw Danny Spicy just absolutely pop off. That's a real question that we do not know the answer to. Soup 4K caught in a bit of an extended gunfight against Big Guy, finding a headshot. I really thought that Big Guy was going to end up winning that round. I'm going to be fully honest with you.
Yeah, so did I. But Big Guy being taken out there means that they won't have access to those Mozzie drones anymore, except really for kind of just stationary camera positions, which is very beneficial to the attackers, but it barely even matters. Chosen and Kenny combining there for just a brutal series of kills, and Soup 4K here is just going to walk outside, and I'm beginning to get the feeling, and I don't like to make these judgments, but I'm beginning to feeling that Avidity might be a little bit booped here. Just my thought.
Like,
good attempt on the kill there by Soup, but
it is a 4-1 Revenge Nation fit. Kenny getting shot out of the sky like a clay pigeon, no fear, jumping around. Chosen finding the final kill onto Soup, and that is our halftime. And Avidity is not even a round up. It is a 0-6. Revenge Nation really just has to get one good push in, and they will be able to win the entire set. I don't know, but we will end up seeing if Avidity is able to bring it all the way back from downtown on the defensive side. But I really have to doubt it, judging by how well Revenge Nation has been doing in general. We are seeing a 0 pick yet again coming in the hands of Skunky. I am very neutral on the 0 picks personally. They are very loud, but I know there are very much more better options there. But there are also a lot worse options.
True. Like we said, in the game of okay,
we're getting the Amaru pick. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we are
no,
getting
you're fine.
The Amaru. We're getting a 0 and Amaru strategy. I'm excited to see how that turns out. You may continue. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, I was just gonna say in the world of kind of the nomadless world, right? There are some choices about how you want to take that. You've got your gridlock. You've got the gridlock. You have what we saw here with the 0 choice as kind of a replacement for that. There are, the Capitao can kind of be used as a discount sort of roam denial in certain apps in certain areas. So it is a little bit of choice, but I think, personally, I'm been a little bit disappointed with how 0 was as an operator, because I just did not expect his gadget to be so loud. The August cams are very loud for the Splinter Cell man, sneaky man, but that's okay. I don't know. I think Revenge Nation's looking a little bit because some of these miscommunications and blockages and weird things that they're doing among one another, like, the block at the door there from, I think it was Toxin earlier on, and what happened up there on the roof. These are things that speak to me of maybe deeper issues than just, I don't know, just getting beat. But that's just me. I don't want to speculate too much. I don't know the team, but that's just the vibe that I'm
like.
getting
There's much more of a reason than they were just better.
Yeah. Whoa. Hello. Big guy's
guy,
already.
Wait, we just both completely spaced out. Big guy is already in bathroom. What? He is on a weird flex and a tear. Nominos is already down. Trevmac taking him down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Avidity is gone. Avidity is down to 2 people. It's down to Dan Spicy and a Hunter. The defuser's already down. And do you know who planted that defuse? I believe it was the Amaru. Amaru really just went in there and just sent it. Just full send all the way into sight. And they already have everything planted down. It's just down to a Hunter. And it is goodnight Irene for Avidity. Revenge Nation already has this in the bag. There are 20 seconds left. 3 people to contend with. And also a castle barricade. I didn't realize that you could just punch down those as Amaru with one punch. But Trevmac finds the final kill onto Hunter, and that is just a feels bad for Avidity. That was just a very quick round coming through for the hands of Revenge Nation. A flawless victory, well deserved for just a lot of communication, and apparently BM coming in the hands of our Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru is not an operator that you often see of those victory screens, truth be told, but I guess they made the collective decision there that they were just going to finish that as quickly as they could. And I mean, they certainly did finish it in very quick fashion. It caught us by surprise. I don't think we even realized what was happening until we saw, what was it, Big Guy just charging up the white staircase.
No
and
fear.
Suddenly he was in freezer shooting at people.
Fear.
No, he didn't.
So
or was it
surprised.
bathroom? It was in bathroom.
He was in bathroom
people.
2 freezer.
Yeah, that
Like,
was
he
crazy.
He did his plod all the way up white stairs, shot at people, and just kept walking, no fear. You gotta respect that. That is just
you do.
absolute confidence, or maybe even absolute knowledge on like how the team Avidity has been performing, and just they walk up and just do it. They get stuff done and they get it done quickly. I don't know what else to comment.
Yeah, it was confidence. It was all it was. Just the belief that he would get up there. And I think it took us by surprise. It took Avidity by surprise. And now that's the end result. But there you go. Avidity gets an absolute shellacking at the hands of their opponents, Revenge Nation, with a crushing final round. We will be taking another break, but there's still two more maps to come here, I should say, today on this exciting bit of Siege for the Digital Athletics League. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
All right, welcome back after that extended break. We had to figure out a few things and also some stuff. Surprisingly, there was quite a lot of time between our matches because the last one ended up being very, very quick. We are already banning maps for Chavet Paquette Esports. I am still not French. I apologize. And Mandate Gaming. And so far, it looks like we're going to be going to either Oregon or Villa. I'm the letter H, and this is my co-caster, Corbec.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry, I just finished eating dinner, so I'm like,
Wonderful.
there's like one last bite of pizza here, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
can I get it in before?
No, I gotta
no.
make sure you can't. I gotta make sure that you
Yeah.
can't get that last bit of sustenance into your system because
That's fine. It's a battle of Canadians here between Chavet Paquette and Mandate Gaming, and they've already actually gotten started on the bans, and it looks like they've already decided on a map. They were very quick and very efficient. So, the waiting, as Tom Petty once wrote, is the hardest part. And we will be going to Oregon, so not exactly picking up the pace of the bloodstream here very much as we go to Old Oregon. That's fine. It is a map that everybody knows and loves. Let's just put it at that.
I think loves is a very strong word. I think knows and
You're right.
kind of likes. Like not like
Knows and
love is a very
tolerates?
strong word. Like knows and tolerates. But it is a map that everyone, and I mean everyone, does know. Like
Yep.
it's a very the meta is very set in stone. Everyone knows what works and what doesn't work. There's never much deviation off of that said meta. So Oregon tends to be a very frag heavy map, not because of the way that the map is built. It makes it really frag heavy, but because everyone knows what to do, what the deciding factor is just individual player skill.
Yeah, that is very true. We see the tried and true things. We see the tried and true pushes. I mean, slight variations, right, on how exactly you go about making your attacks. Some teams put more emphasis on, let's say, the big window on the top floor than others, and some favor the attic a little bit more. But in the main, all the same stuff you would expect to see. Unfortunately, we haven't really had a chance to see either of these two teams play yet today, so we don't really know what to expect from them necessarily. But going back to Oregon, I mean, it does make sense as a map for teams that maybe are feeling like they need to kind of, I don't know, slow down the pace or go back to more familiar territory, because ultimately that's what it is. And if you want to, settle down your squad or make things a little bit easier as you advance here in these qualifiers, it is a very good to do that indeed, just because it is so rote and it is so well written out.
It is very comfortable, and as all people know it, that means you know exactly what to expect and exactly what to play around. Although, will they be played around in a unique fashion? Typically, the answer is no, sadly. But if we want to get the best first impression for both of these teams, I feel like Oregon is probably one of the best maps to get that first impression.
Mhm.
It'd either have to be Oregon or Coastline, in my opinion, as both have the very solid built-in metas, the very solid built-in executions. So it's just kind of like this is where we can get the thought processes of both teams and the gun skill of both teams very solidified in there, or shown much more predominantly because of the maps picked.
Yeah, and Shiva Paquette Esports, they're going to start out on the defense here, so that is going to give them an advantage. It is a very, it tends to be a very defender-sided map. I do believe in SFCL's list, it is defender-sided map in the pool of that particular tournament. It runs that way. The higher you go up as well, right? We do kind of tend to look at Oregon and we do think, okay, well, this is going to benefit defenders a little bit more. So, Shiva Paquette, they have the opportunity kind of bury this one early on if they can get that kind of lead out. Hopefully, we do not see a map akin to what we saw last time, which truly was kind of a stomp, right? It was a bit unfortunate in that regard. Instead, I'm hoping for a more even tempered game. But then again, despite everybody knowing Coastline, right, there is this gap, or Coastline, I'm sorry, Oregon, there is this gap between knowing and executing, right? And that is
Mhm.
what it ultimately comes down to at the end of the day is I think you were saying this earlier when you were talking about your own experiences in Siege, right? You know what to do as a player, Age, but sometimes the execution is easier said than done.
As the devil from Futurama once said, I have a thing called stupid hands. It means that I know what to do, but my hands really don't know what to do in that kind of situation. It's just one of those things where you kind of got to get into the gut instincts of certain players and how they do things, how they clear out the rooms. And ultimately, we are just kind of talking a little bit in circles here, but you know what? That's how it ends up being sometimes, especially for maps with Oregon. You just kind of end up saying the same thing, same old, same old. However, there are a lot of bans that can happen on this map. I'm thinking one of the big ones might end up being a Maverick. We can guarantee the Thatcher, but I feel like a Maverick ban is definitely in the cards.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of Maverick getting banned out here of late, and that is because he does provide a lot of options, right, for a team to attack. If you look at kind of the traditional hard point and the first point of choice, which is that top stairs point, there's three kind of, or at least two, right, very dedicated places that you want a Maverick in, possibly three. That would be the attic approach, and that would be the master closet. And those two kind of you want to open them up, and he's very good at opening them up, no matter what kind of hard breach denial the other team chooses to bring, barring maybe that Kaid edition. But even then, the electro claw placements are a little bit more tricky. Not so much in attic, but certainly on that master closet wall, right? Now, I have seen some interesting defensive variations of that top floor. I have actually seen, I believe it was in collegiate R6 collegiate finals,
Mhm.
grand finals, one of the teams ran a strat in which they literally opened that closet up. They opened the wall of the master closet and they played with a player in that closet area, keeping an eye on that master bedroom balcony and waiting for people to push in. And it actually worked. I mean, I don't think it had any right to, but it did actually
I
work.
think
So I mean, you can play around that a little bit, but it certainly does all of that. Those reinforcement setups do lead to Maverick being much easier of a ban choice in this particular scenario.
I think when it comes into like destroying that entire wall and playing in the closet onto balcony, it's one of those things where nobody would expect that to happen, so it just ends up working out off a sheer force of surprise. I feel
Mm.
like that would work out for one round, but it wouldn't work out for a second one. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, they have done that. They might totally do that, and they'll just expect it the second time. It is like having a frost in play. The first round, it might work out a lot better, and they might run into a trap or two. But the second time, they'll be a lot more careful about the placements of the traps, if
Yeah.
not just revealing their own positions to take out any of those
Yeah,
mats.
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Right, is the way to say it. Another operator who probably is up on the chalking block on the defensive side is Kaid. I think that he's very likely to be banned out here. There is some hatch play on this map, right? You think down into that E-box hatch, and there's also walls, which the electroclaw can be a bit of a nuisance. I'm thinking primarily of that attic wall on the top floor. If you choose to use an electroclaw there, there's also, we mentioned it before, the master bedroom wall. And as you look down at some of the other sites, he has some utility there as well. So he's a defensive operator who could very well be up on that bam block here. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
I would not be at all surprised by that either. It is a very general push into the basement. We could also see a wide destruction of that freezer side because freezer is a very important hold for Oregon as well. But ultimately, I like vertical play does end up becoming something. It's something to consider, but it's much more of on the tertiary sites. I have noticed
Yeah.
it being much more prominent only
Yeah.
because of the fact of all the destructive floors. And in the basement, it's pretty much all safe except for those very specific hatches. But if we carry the Cade into that, you could easily reinforce all of that and then make it nigh inaccessible.
Yeah, and if you wanted to throw a ban in here that could really make things a little bit more awkward or change things fundamentally, a very good ban to do that would be on the attacking side. Not a Maverick necessarily, but Hibana ban. Is one that some teams tend to throw out there just because it does kind of fundamentally change the way in which you have to play this. Namely, it makes it much harder to open up those hatches on that ground floor if they're fortified. Because an ace, right? Ace is undeniably the stronger range hard breacher. I think most people would agree with that, even with them taking away his smokes. Gun is very good, and his gadget is very good. But he struggles against hatches in particular. It takes two Selma charges to open up that hatch into E-Box, whereas the Hibana can control kind of a little better job with the number of pellets that it needs to get those armored hatches open, making her just a little bit more effective in that particular circumstance. So that is one that I have seen teams thrown out there before just to kind of put that little wrinkle into things. I don't think it makes a huge difference, but it does provide for a little bit of strategic variety.
I think it's one of those things where you need to consider, do you want a fast push or a more effective push? Because
Yeah.
a fast push isn't necessarily an effective one. It's just kind of one of those things where, like, you have the triangle, you have the effective, you have the efficient, and you have the quick. You can typically have two of those, but not the third. It's a very
Yeah.
hard thing to have that third one. You can have an efficient and effective one, but it ain't going to be quick. You can have a quick and efficient one, but it ain't going to be good. Or you can have a quick and a good one, but it ain't going to be efficient. It's just kind of one of
You're
those things where you kind of have to consider all the trade-offs of picking your separate hard breaches or banning your separate hard breaches or your wall denial in general.
And these two teams are Canadian, we should point out, but I believe it's Paquet is from, or Chavet Paquet, I'm not sure actually which it is, but they are from they're Quebecois, they're from Canada, the
Oh
French-speaking
boy.
part of Canada, and Mandate Gaming are not from that area. So they're Mandate
Uh-oh.
Gaming was letting them know they're normal Canadians, as he said in the chat earlier. We speak English, so it's obviously all in good fun, but it is a little bit entertaining to see him already going
Imagine.
about that. Mandate Gaming already in the lobby chat too, cracking some jokes and some rather rough French, but that's okay. You love to see it. At least they're having a good time. But you're very right, right? It this choice between speed and kind of efficiency and effectiveness. It's all decision making that has to go into your operator selections. And it's something that you have to take into consideration with the Maverick ban that we talked about as well, because Maverick is not a quick operator for opening up hard walls. He
Not at
can
all.
very much do it, especially on Oregon, because the walls are a little bit smaller. It's not like we saw in our previous matchup where you have, one Maverick trying to open this huge long line of wall on bakery, right? You're not going to have to worry about that. There's a very clearly defined section of the wall in the Oregon attic, for example, that you take out. With not as much hassle, but it's not a fast process. And for those of you who haven't played Maverick, it's not as easy as a lot of players at the higher levels make it look to actually cut through those walls either. It takes a very steady hand to get those incisions open in just the right way to create a situation in which you can actually get through those walls. So you have to be a little bit careful about that too. It's something you will have to take into consideration.
You also do have to think about the fact that if our Maverick is very good at being a Maverick and doing their job, they might just be able to just absolutely trick that entire wall. So all you'll need is a sledge and a Maverick to punch through attic or whatever reinforced wall you might have. It's just one of those things where we saw a great example of that in the hands in the hands of the last round that we saw. There was a Maverick trick that was attempted to go out and it just didn't work at all. It just
Yep.
wasn't done effectively. Whether or not it was because they didn't destroy the soft breach wall, the soft breachable wall, where they could easily get the Maverick down quickly, or if it was just lack of practice, we don't really know. But it is a very common strategy that we do see happening for our Mavericks out there in the world, running amok, doing Maverick stuff.
Yeah, he is a very interesting operator, and I do like that he provides that kind of alternative hard breach to the world of hard breachers, right? But he takes finesse to be used correctly, and there's certain things that he does well and certain things that he doesn't do very well. And you have to play around him. It's not like with an ace where you can kind of theoretically send ace on his own. Up ace can kind of open it up and establish some sight lines and what have you. You really can try and do that with the Maverick, but it's not where he's at his most effective. Anyway, it looks like we are ready to get started. If all this bantering about bans actually proves any sort of actual prognostication and what comes out here, I am curious to see how on the bubble.
I might need to end up picking up being a fortune teller if I'm correct on any of these bands, because that will be a very good hard read. Although while Maverick would be a very good ban, it's one that I don't think we will end up seeing, especially with the ban of a Thatcher. That kind of already forces the picking of a Maverick for Mandate Gaming, unless they have another way to work around any sort of wall denial in the forms of maybe a Zafia from below, or just a lot of real cheeky plays that we have never
Yep.
seen before in the history of Rainbow Six Siege, because that is one of the interesting things about the level of play that we are at. You end up seeing a lot of picks that end up working out a lot more than you think they would in the first place. And Ace is off the board instead of the Hibana that you had predicted. I think neither of us would make good money as fortune tellers, Corbec. I'm going to be completely honest.
Well, the Thatcher ban necessitates, and this is something we talked about on the last map. This necessitates a ban on Kaid. Like, you really have to think about banning Kaid here. If you leave Kaid on the board, you're going to be in serious trouble. And Mira getting that's perfectly fine. She's got a couple of good setups here on, and she can be used effectively. It's not the best op ever, but she's a fine op to ban. But Chevet Paquet, they need to ban Kaid here, or they're going to make their lives a lot more difficult, and they won't. They'll go for the Valkyrie. I just don't know about that.
I would say Valkyrie is still a very solid ban, and there's a lot of information that is no longer on the table. Plus, with Chevet Paquet being on defense first, it will be much more beneficial if they had the Cade in their pockets. They can get as much of an advantage on the attacking rounds against Mandate, so that way they could hopefully get to a ideally. I think in a perfect world, it'll be a 5-1 split, a 4-2 on an average game. So that way they will have the highest advantage that they can to hopefully push through an attacking round. And they did pick the Cade, which is probably why they didn't ban it in the first place. And that's why they did end up banning the Thatcher instead. A very interesting predicament we are seeing here for our attacking side, though, is the lack of a Maverick, who we had talked about is very important for any sort of Oregon push, or at least for the top floor Oregon push, which is typically the first pick map or the first pick defensive.
It does look like we'll be going to basement here, but you were very prescient in what you just said right there, H, in the sense that they may not have banned the Kaid off the table because they are starting on defense first, and they know that they can get advantage out of this character, at least for the short term that they're the defense, and it does make sense in that regard. You're right, the impetus was really on Mandate to make that ban, and I should have picked up on it, but unfortunately I didn't. Still, the attackers won't have a Maverick here, so they will be working in a little bit more of a difficult circumstance, making their way in. And it's going to be even harder on this basement point. It's actually not as bad if Closet Breach on the top deck, but they also didn't bring a Hibana. So they are going to have a little bit of hard time getting E-Box open as well, assuming that's fortified, and I don't see any reason it would be. They're setting up this elbow hold here as well, which is pretty typical for this map. Usually you'll throw maybe your smoke down here and just have him kind of stopper up blue, and that's something that most teams should expect at this stage, and I can't tell if they're thinking about that or not. It looks like they're going to go for big tower stairs instead.
So that hold onto elbow into blue will not be as effective as Chauvet Paquette probably is hoping it would be, because they are going for what seems to be a full big tower push, going through those big stairs down to pillar rather than trying to push in through the much more common construction. Then you clear out the smoke and you do all that shenanigans. We're seeing Bananas getting a little bit stuck in a small gunfight by the looks of it. It looks like they did not. Nope, they did reinforce that top hatch over in E-Box. They're reinforcing it a little bit extra with the Aruni Gate. Our Jaeger got nothing but netted by Platinum over on Mandate Gaming.
Drone active.
And then we're going to be continuing forward. They have about a minute 50 left. So we're trying to work out on how to push in through. They're really regretting their mistakes of not picking someone to try to deny any of the Cades if they could deny the Cades in the first place. But having a Maverick here would have had a tremendous benefit, because they would still be able to breach through those hard breaches on the hatches. Granted, it would be a slow time, but they would still be able to do it in the first place. We're seeing Six Shot taking down Zox. It is now a 3-5 mandate. So far, Chauvet's not looking real good on the defensive side at the minute 20 mark. So far, Six is patrolling all the way through security with the Iana all the way down into Freezer, going for a much more of a pinching maneuver. I feel like it is already a little bit in the favor of Mandate Gaming. They should be able to take this all the way to the finish line unless something really awry happens. Smoke and Doinks takes down Bananas while Sawsick takes down 6 shots. Hex takes down Smoke and Doinks again. That's just very unfortunate timing. Platinum finding his second grenade. Down to a 1v2. Mandate Gaming favors Chauvet, stuck in a bit of a tricky pickle, getting a risky peek in the name of Hex, but Hex makes it out with his life, but barely, as he is limping around over on half HP, but he still has his smoke toxic babes in his pocket, and the defuse is over on Iana. They will have to waste a lot of time if he plays it very safely, and he doesn't. That was a very risky swing coming in from Platinum, and it ended up paying off massive dividends, because he got stuck through that area of the smoke and not backing off.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation there from the smoke player, thinking that Iana was buried on the other side of that freezer. It was nearly a very good play, because Iana did have the diffuser, and if she couldn't have got an out of freezer without taking the smoke damage, it would have been very advantageous. But Platinum managed to tuck themselves up in that corner and avoid that smoke damage and just get the back shot there on the rotate. Now, I'll be honest with you here. They're going up to second floor, but I feel like that was not a round that Chauvet should have lost. That was very much in their favor in terms of the setup, in terms of what the attackers brought to the party, and in terms of the way the attackers were playing that, at least initially. It was just that they lost 2 players to grenades, they lost gunfights. These are all things that are, you know, a little bit more mechanical sided, a little bit more game sense sided, and it's a shame to give up such a strong position with those kind of ticky-tack deaths like that.
I would have to concur with that. We're seeing a very stock attic hold, getting a double reinforced wall all the way through. We're seeing a Rooney punching in a bunch of holes by the looks of it into one of the reinforced walls. That, while it seems rather useless, actually does allow you to hear a lot of explosives and a lot more sound through that wall, in case you were unaware of that. Even though there's a lot of people that are fully aware of that, it is just good to cover your bases and make sure everyone is in a good understanding, in case idiots like me don't know what they're talking about. And we're having it does seem to be a very general second floor hold, although I feel like it might be no, never mind. I'm going to correct myself on that. We're having Zox playing very aggressive on this master bedroom balcony. He is holding it so aggressively, and he pays the price for it. Ouch.
Yeah, you're playing a very dangerous game right there, trying to do stuff like that, and well, you saw what happened, right? Sometimes you get the bear, and sometimes the bear gets you. And look at this aggressive gunfight from Platinum, too, on that upper window. Just takes Hex out of it. And that is the Kaid down. So you're quickly running out of defenders already, and already pretty good attack here. That being said, it's a little unfortunate. Their Thermite is pushing up in the attic, and meanwhile, SpongeBob here has managed to blow out the defenses on this main wall, or at least is trying to do that. But the Thermite nowhere nearby to take it.
He is nowhere nearby to take advantage of that. You are absolutely correct, but they are so far pushing in so aggressively, I feel like you don't even need to take advantage of that at the moment. They are able to get the kills, and they are able to get the gunfight wins that they need to in order to effectively push all the way through into Chauvet Pocket. They aren't even thinking about going into that attic main hold, which is also a very typical push for Oregon. They don't really have a lot of the hard breach. No, they do have the hard breach, but they aren't even going for it. They're going for a master bedroom closet into games push. By the looks of it, we have SpongeBob over in attic creating a lot of noise, trying to keep any attention diverted from the main sites over into attic, which seems to be paying massive dividends for having Bananas caught into a gunfight against Smoking Doinks. And ultimately, I think Chauvet's starting to crack under the pressure.
This is something that Mandate has done really well in both rounds now, kind of sectioned people off and basically hunted them down, and that's what's happening here in the attic. They basically pinned the defender in there, and the kills just coming swiftly here. Smokin gets one, Platinum the other, and then 6 finishes off any effort from SOS to turn that one around. Just that. Very well executed attack onto these higher floors, and Chauvet is looking a little discombobulated.
I feel like it is definitely a blow to body and brain, the double loss on the arguably most easily defendable sites on Oregon. This should be all the way in their favor, or at least statistically, it should all the way be in their favor. But as we're talking about, Oregon is a very frag heavy map. It's much more dependent on the individual player skill. So it could be a result of either just individual player skill or lack of communication or what have you. There's a lot that can go wrong in a team, as there's a lot of people on a team. We're getting the Ying pick yet again in the hands of Mars. I don't know if they fully used that last time,
Defenders,
but
protect
Ying
your
is a
bombs
very
from
strong
being
operator to
defused
be
by
taking
attackers.
on the strategy that they have been using to push. That strategy being get in, get out.
Yeah, she's good to bring here too onto this basement. You can throw Candelas through the hatches if you can get them open. You can kind of use them on the vertical to push blue bunker if that's what your choice may be in terms of how you want to play it out. But again, I mean, we're facing a situation in which the attackers are running a not entirely conventional lineup. I mean, the 6-shot in particular is the one that I'm thinking about, playing the Thermite instead of maybe Habana. That's okay. You can actually still open up Kaid hatches if you use him right. But, it's not really been a detriment for them, H. They've not had a lot of problems running these slightly, just slightly kilter picks. It's not causing any issues because Chauvet just can't seem to steady themselves and really bring it down.
I would have to agree on that, and I feel like it is just boiled down to they're not winning their individual gunfights, or they're taking massive risks that they really shouldn't be, such as Zox is absolutely basically posted up on that master bedroom balcony in a place where he really shouldn't be. There's no real advantage to holding that angle. At the very least, you should hold it from inside that main closet so you have at least a little bit of cover, and they have to push in rather than they are able to spray down the door and in tandem spray down you, which did end up in the death of Zox, and I feel like that definitely catalyzed Chauvet's ultimate L last round that we ended up watching. Someone was detected outside, whether or not that was a run out that they were expecting or that they planned, or it was just, let's distract them, it'll be kind of fun.
It's interesting. Poor Zox, he also got burned on the first round too in a very aggro position up in the garage where it's so easy to section off a defender, and that was kind of what happened. Hex is playing this really aggressively right here because he's trying to get some of these drones as they come in. They don't really have any drone denial, so it does fall on this elbow player to try and make the most of wrecking them as they start to roll out. But that being said, really actually only getting threatened by a shot down there. SpongeBob there firing a couple of shots down towards these basement stairs and nothing really coming of it. Back up just a little bit and try and hold a corner. Meanwhile, Mars is all the way down Laundry stairs, gonna head and punch some holes in these walls and see what they can do, but still no grand flurry of violence just yet.
And the key word I think there is just yet. It is one of those things that will end up happening. We saw the jamming of the Ayana coming in. They were not able to use it, whether or not they were interrupted or not. They caught all the information that they needed. They realized that there is a camera there and that there is also a Jaeger there. Zox finding the first kill onto Mars. I feel like it is now into the favor of Chauvet Pocket. They are down to a minute. They took down a player. There's not much that they can really do to get all the way through. We're seeing a lot of a risk coming in from Zox being our main confidence fragger, I'm going to call it. They go for all the big plays, the larger pants plays, and from that, it does end up paying dividends that we saw earlier. Zox finding another kill onto Zoc, onto 6-shot. My bad. But ultimately, we only have 30 seconds left, and I feel like it is in the hands of Chauvet as we speak.
Yeah, a couple of quick swings there, and suddenly we're at a 5-1, and it's just Platinum holding out here on the outside. Aiden for that death and just bump the KD a little bit, and does not happen. And that, you know, was a good round there for Shaveco. I get to just nail this one down and feel a little bit more confident, breathe some life back into their defense. Again, though, something Mandate Gaming is doing really well through all these fights is setting up crossfires to try and pin defenders in place. They actually did it right there with Zox. Again, that time, hold up on the freezer wall. It's just that Zox was able to fight their way out of it. That simply won the gunfights that were needed in order to escape the trap that had kind of been laid for them. Now we go back up to second floor kids' dorms one more time, and we're seeing Smoke and Doinks here will be bringing out... Ooh. No. He's going to be bringing down to... I'm assuming it's going to be a Zofia. Yeah. And we'll see a mute brought out instead of a smoke, so actually foregoing the smoke entirely. Now you do have that Maestro there, H, who's a very solid anchor in his own right with the Alda, but it's not the same level of denial as a smoke, so a little bit of an ambitious choice there, and I don't know necessarily what I would have taken the smoke out here in favor of keeping the Aruni in the line.
I would have to... I don't know. I don't know why they would pick the Maestro over the smoke for their area denial specifically. It could be because he kills 2 birds, 1 stone. He has both intel and that good old-fashioned area denial. Or if it's just they feel like doing something weird because, you know, it might throw someone off. But no matter the reason, Maestro is definitely a very solid pick for them in general. And he is very strong with not only the Alda, but his camps if they are able to use them to a full effectiveness. Because you can deny full plants with that. Those cams do a lot more damage than one might let on. But I do feel like it is no smoke, or at least it's not nearly as flexible as any sort of smoke charge. So I feel like you should have dropped someone. I don't know who exactly we should have dropped in favor of that. But, oh, that drone didn't make it. No.
Yeah, he didn't get it. There he goes.
There's nothing but net all the way through that window. Oh, I would have been upset to see that get jammed if it jumped all the way down and then jammed itself.
That would have actually genuinely been quite funny.
That would have, I mean, first the miss, just not a good day for Mandate Gaming coming in for the droning phase by the looks of it. Almost getting droned and almost not getting that drone in. 3rd time's the charm.
3rd time the charm indeed. Now they're pushing in through the master bedroom, wasting no time and taking over that territorial control, which of course is the usual avenue for the defenders. And the sun right there, and he will lose it. Goes ahead and checks back in closet, see what he can do with the space available to him. Hex here, just trying to play out, see what he can do, right? Like he's got this vertical sightline. That's to deny anybody trying to blow the mute jammer out from here 2, just kind of held up waiting for the opportunity to push in, and they're not really manifesting anything from this position, H. They're just kind of stalling for time.
Mars is getting quite twitchy, though. He's moving when he really shouldn't need to, unless he's trying to, on purpose, make a whole lot of noise. He's being really dancy. He's moving around, back, forth, back, forward, side to side, what have you. We have 6-shot finally making his way over to the closet wall, finally blowing it up, and we're getting caught into a bit of a pickle.
Oh!
Hex using the first line of home defense, the Black Eyes Mossberg, and doesn't find a second shot onto Zofia, sadly. But that does even it out to a 4-4, and with the thermite down, that is quite a lot of utility out of the attacker's pockets, although the damage has already been done, so it is just ultimately a gun that you no longer have. Platinum finding another kill onto Chauvet Paquette in the name of Sauce QC. I'm going to call him SOS. SOS getting taken down. I hope he had his Maestro cams in the exact positions that he wanted, although I highly doubt that he did. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, I feel like Mandate might have all the advantage they need to be able to push all the way through.
Smoke and Doinks here just playing on that master bedroom wall. They've also managed to secure control of the attic area. Smokin's just going to go for the plant next to the games table. Can't blame him for doing that. A very solid plant choice indeed. Defenders are going to try and push this one out. They've got the bodies here, but do they have the skill? Bananas gets one. I don't know if they'll find another one very soon, though, and a swing there for getting lit up by Smoke and Doinks, who's still holding hard on that games room corner. The pressure from Platinum on the back stairs and SpongeBob there. The angles covered, the pressure where it was needed, and a very solid win for the attackers right there on that round.
A very solid and especially well-deserved win. They were well executed, they were well coordinated, and all in all, they were able to get the angles that they needed when they needed them and get the kills that they needed when they needed them in a very efficient manner. They went for the plant as soon as they could, and they effectively got it, retreated, and from there, it was just kind of a matter of time until Chauvet ended up crumbling underneath the pressure of Mandate Gaming. However, 2 picks that we're seeing. Which one will get 6 picked? Blackbeard or Cali? All right, we got our answer, Corbec. It's Blackbeard into Thermite. The Cali pick, however.
Oh, Blackbeard.
You used to be OP.
I was gonna say he was
not.
once so feared. Now he gets 6th picked out. How the mighty have fallen.
We are taking the Cali though, and the Cali is probably being used for a much quicker wall denial primarily. He does have that secondary SMG, so that is very deadly. And especially given the site that they have to defend or that they have to push into, her best option for using her primary weapon would definitely have to be Attic. But I'm pretty sure they are using her only for gadget denial.
Yeah, if I had to guess why they've brought her along, it's to make Smoke and Doink's job of blowing out any defenses that are set underneath that master bedroom closet wall just a little bit easier. I think that's probably the idea. Maybe a little bit of help in taking out some of these Melusi Banshees, but the Banshees haven't been a huge factor. But she certainly contributes to that, I would say. That is probably why they brought the Collie. That, or they just want to put somebody on this long, big, open window and see if they can get some, one-shot KOs. And I think we're going to see her drop up there, or climb up there. So, yeah, maybe that's actually the little bit maybe of a silly usage of Golly, all things considered, but I won't knock it, right? If you just want to go for frags, that's okay.
She's going for the very aggressive, really close up hold for what rifle that she's holding. And I'd also like to point out, Chauvet Paquette has no wall denial, actually. I didn't even realize that until I looked at their team and I was like, that is a no wall denial team. Smoke and Doinks rotating over 6 shots, making it very well known that he is in fact over there. We have both our Ayana and our Buck already pushed into master bedroom. They are quickly pushing in, and they're quickly coming in from all sides by the looks of it. With a minute 50 left, Hex finds a C4 onto our poor Cali in the hands of Smoking Door. Unable to use that rifle.
No joy there for the big sniper rifle, but that's okay. That's the gamble when you play that particular operator. They've got good angles open up here, though. They do have their pathways to attack should they so choose. SpongeBob here trying to play around this corner, but he's a little tight up right now. Not going to be the easiest thing in the world to make this one stick. Platinum getting a big taste of the flash right there. Has to fall back just a little bit. It is Hex, however, who's on the receiving end of most of the damage. Zox playing here under the big tower stairs could push up them if they really wanted to and might actually be able to catch SpongeBob looking. Banana's still holding tight at the base of the attic, doesn't want to give up too much room. And now Jesus over here buried in the corner, but it's SpongeBob who strikes first. Banana goes down, an attempted attack from the other side. The shot's coming out from SpongeBob. Won't find anyone. And a C4 going up there as well. Will not confirm. Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate to see the brick absolutely flubbed and missed, but SpongeBob is in a bit of a pickle. He does realize that the Melusi is behind him, and it's kind of a pressure that even if she's no longer there, it is still a fear. It is a scare tactic that they have employed already to slow down the push of SpongeBob through attic. With 25 seconds left on the clock, though, every second absolutely counts. Hex going for a very risky wide peek, finding one kill. SpongeBob finding a second. 2 to 3 mandate favor. We're down to our last player in the name of SOS on our Echo, the last one alive, as almost always. Is he able to deny the plant? He is. They have 7 seconds left, and he will not try to deny it again. He does realize where they are. Will he do it again? He is doing it again, ladies and gentlemen. He is down to a 2 to 1. It is down to just our Echo, and he has to stick it.
Wow.
Oh my god, SOS single-handedly saved that round by playing it fully safe until there was no more players to do it at all. They realized that they had to push the Echo or they would not be able to plant. And in the end of it, they did push the Echo and regretted to tell the tale.
He got the SSG gun skin. He channels the SSG energy to make the big clutch play right there. That was spectacular. Really good stuff there from the Echo player. You could not ask for anything more out of your. Played that so well. Jumped back into those yokais exactly when he needed to disrupt those plants at exactly the right time to maximize the amount of time that he had. Poor 6-shot pin there in the corner, and meanwhile just did a great job of cleaning up around it. So well done indeed. That was an absolute pleasure to watch. But back down to laundry supply room right now, and again, you're towards a 4-2 split here on Oregon, but a 4-2 split not in favor of the defender, and that is enough to cause a little bit of concern. So you really have to win this round if you can and bring this up to a 3-3. You definitely don't want to give Mandate Gaming any more than they already have.
Even that one round headway is quite a lot if they're switching over to the defensive side. Mandate Gaming has already shown that they are generally better at their 1v1 skill, at their much more of DM skill rather than their plant operator stuff skill. As we saw in the hands of SOS on our Echo player, showing us off why they do in fact bring Echo, which did get unbanned recently. They did fix the glitch. They nerfed Echo technically, didn't they? His drones are no longer invisible, actually.
Nope. You can see them now, and that is a problem for a lot of people who played Echo, and probably why he's not as popular as he used to be, H, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was just an invisible camera. Even if you didn't utilize the base boost at all from our Echo, it was just a camera that was invisible. That is an absolute asset, because that is information that they can't really do much about unless they have an IQ or they get really lucky on either shooting the ceiling randomly or an explosive.
True, and I think we're also seeing here, despite Mandate Gaming doing as well as they did, you definitely feel that they've had a little bit of pain in terms of not having that Thatcher in play to deal with some of these Kaids. That being said, Mars took some early damage there from top deck, so has to be a little bit careful. Zox is on a hunt here. Mars still trying to kind of play around the stage wall, trying to maybe get down these basement stairs if they can, but meanwhile, Smoking Doinks is just trying to clear for a robe, doesn't Zox. Hiding in the classroom is the Malusi. That MP5 just doesn't miss at that range, and it's goodbye, Smoking Doinks. Meanwhile, Bananas, wow, what a swing. He'll get another one here. Wow,
oh
we were just talking about how they haven't been doing very good on their ones. Sudden, Chevette Pocket comes alive on their last round on defense and makes some absolutely spectacular plays.
They heard me talking. They were like, hey, that H guy is really talking some mad smack on us. We got to figure it out. We got to try to even it out to a 3-3. But Mandate Gaming is still, in theory, in the full advantage because Oregon is allegedly a defensive-sided map, even though we saw it go both ways on our first half, and we're getting a bandit pick in the name of SpongeBob instead of a Cade.
In the name of SpongeBob.
In the name of SpongeBob, in the name of him, we are getting.
I think it's technically. I've been trying to figure this one out. I think it's technically Sponglebob, but
nah, the brain corrects it. The brain corrects it naturally.
You're right. It's one of those words that your brain just goes to one for Sponglebob.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
He knows it too. They know it. That's
it's
meant to mess with us. I mean, I know it's not, but you never know.
We're also seeing a pick of a Goyo as well on the defensive side of Mandate Gaming. Goyo being a very famous pick for at least the top site, because it not only does it allow the good old-fashioned deployable shields, it also are explosive deployable shields. So they can deny hallways such as that main one over into bunk if they're coming in from trophy room and or master bedroom.
Well, look at what I was talking about. They're running a variation. Actually, that master closet wall open right there, H. You see it. There's a Goyo shield stacked up in there as well. That's a very risky strategy when the only defense you have in front of you is that Aruni gate. You almost want an ADS in there too if you're really going to make a serious business of holding that, but it'll be interesting to see how they play out of it. And those Goyo shields, as you said, do add so much to defenders. It's why he's, got a niche on certain points in the map, and it's actually probably why he's getting nerfed as well, or reworked. Hello, Zox just takes
My
Platinum
God.
Matt's head right off.
We also are getting a primary shotgun in the hands of our Jackal in Bananas. He is absolutely bananas if he's taking the primary shotgun on attack, especially, because that is a lot of ranges you are sacrificing in order to get what looks to be a lot of vertical play. And he finds a shot onto Six Shot. That is just proper utilization of what is at your disposal. He realized that he could push in from the bottom if he just had a something to destroy floors, and that something was apparently the shotgun in the hands of Jackal. And it ended up working out really well because he was able to take down not only Six Shot, but the smoke, because the smoke does release 30 whole seconds into the attacking side's hand.
And that's why we don't play Master Closet extensions, because that entire floor is soft, and all it takes is one or I should say ill-intentioned person underneath you to just make it completely irrelevant. And they better not go again. They're going to throw up the reinforcement instead. Mars in the midst of gunfire doing a little bit of combat engineering there as Zox takes a little bit of damage and rolls back, and still Bananas is trying to hunt up through those floor holes with that shotgun. And this is a way that the Jackal is being played here that I've not really seen before. This is a definite new definition of how to use this hero, and I can't say that I actually hate it because it's worked out so far for them in a strange, wild sort of way. And Sauce is just gonna blow open that Master Closet wall, and well, they might not have done it the traditional way, but they'll get it eventually. And the gunfight right there as well, trying to take down Mars, but instead it's Bob who drops Mars, drops two. Sauce has found himself some kills.
They are lost in the sauce, so to speak, and Hex finds the final kill on two. Smoke and Doinks making it a flawless round for Chauvet Paquette, proving that Oregon is not only defensive-sided, but also there is an attacking team. It's not just a given to the defensive side. Chauvet doing that, having a really interesting way to play Jackal. It's very entertaining to watch, but it's not necessarily what has been accepted on how you play Jackal. They are going back upstairs, and Blackbeard's going to get six-picked again. You hate to see it. Not even six-picked, just full-picked off. Not even a consideration. They are going for the Hibana, which I feel like might also has a potentiality to be six-picked. But with the lack of wall denial coming in for the defending side, I don't see why they would.
They cannot be running that Master Closet extension again. It just was not a good idea, and I don't expect to see it happen.
I want to see it again. I want to see it. I want to see it fail again.
It didn't work at all. It was terrible. Anyway,
I
should apologize really.
They're setting it up.
God, please.
They're setting it up.
Why though?
It's going.
They're ready for it this time. They're gonna drop somebody down into classroom or something to try and pick off the Jackal when he walks in or some stuff like that. But I should apologize really quick. I know that we're messing up some of these names, probably Sauce in particular, Spongle Bob or whatever, or SpongeBob, whatever it may be. We don't have team cards with pronunciations, so we do apologize for that. And it's just it's the nature of the beast. We try our best.
We're also not
with
French.
What we've got.
We're
also not French. I don't know that Spongle Bob is. I don't know that that's French, but maybe it is. I have never.
Listen, I can listen. If that's my excuse for butchering team names, if I am not French, I can use it. So if I'm butchering player names, I am still gonna call them SOS or Sauce because I just think it's just a very quick hand name that rolls off the tongue a lot easier. Having Bananas not using that shotgun anymore, they realize that's a trick that'll only work once because if they do it again, they will plan for it. At least they're adapting. That's something that we are seeing in this match, at least. They decided not to go for the shotgun Jackal. They're going for a regular Jackal. But Hex is still able to blow up that bottom wall, trying to get that deployable shield down and for the count as they go onto the window of Games Room, spraying most of a clip, but finding no purchase at all. So far, we're at our 2-minute mark, and no one's really died at all.
That closet extension, just a historic waste of time and resources right there, because the floor got blown out from under it. Immediately, he has to go back and fortify it, and he nearly dies for the work, but Smoke and Doink will at least pull out a kill here on this Malusi. Spongle Bob or SpongeBob is holed up by the shower corridor, just taking some looks. watching those white stairs as well, waiting for something to develop. The defenders actually seem pretty snug here, and Bananas going down early is a bit unfortunate because it won't help them at all hunting down those, still lurking on some of those lower floors as you see Zox move into position to cover that big window, and now Sauce, well, he's faced with a annoying situation of having to tear his way through multiple Aruni gates. I don't envy that task, H.
Just run through both of them. Just no fear. Run through both of them. It takes 3 to kill you, so like, might as well. Oh, they have Jaegers in there too.
ADS there as well.
No. They really put all of the stops. They pulled.
That's
they held
nasty.
no bars for holding that main closet extension, which did not pay anything off. Platinum finding another kill onto Hex, but it's very unfortunate. It's just our 3 left. We have our Nomad Hibana and our Thermite. Not a whole lot of utility left on the table, but a whole lot of it used with the combination of both the ADSs and that good old-fashioned Aruni gate. They had a lot to push through. They have 35 seconds left on the clock, and I feel like it already is done for Chauvet Paquette, at least for this round, evening it out to a 4-4. And actually, even I was about to say Mandate giving favor, but that's not anyone's favor. That's just it. That's just how it goes. It is a 4-4 even split, and they're effectively holding it off. They have a lot of smokes left. They will be able to fully hold it off. Smoke and Doinks finding a final kill onto Zox. Probably going to be the final kill of the round. I say as Sauce finds a kill onto Mars. Jesus finds a kill onto Platinum. Platinum finds a kill onto Sauce. It's just everyone's dying. Bullets are flying. The defuse was going down, but no longer is because of Spongul Boeb with that DMR on defense.
Defensive DMR, and wow, that was clean.
Yeah, it was. It was a good shot.
Just a straight up execution right there. I'll be honest with you. I eat a little bit of crow and say that I am impressed that they actually managed to turn that closet extension into something that was remotely useful.
I don't think it was really remotely useful. They just put a lot of projectile denial in that room, so it used a lot of time and resources.
Yeah, it was a lot of time and resources they burned. Whether or not that was intentional, that they thought like, okay, well, even if we give it up, you know, they're gonna have to burn a ton of stuff to get to this wall, or whether that was just kind of the circumstance that they ended up in, it did work out in that regard. So credit where credit is due. It was a funny little trap and some good sightlines there up on that top floor too. One of Mars's kills kind of threw a foothole in the was just really well executed. So a solid defense right there from Mandate, and kind of what we would expect in terms of them having the advantage here. Now, of course, Chauvet, they're going to have the kind of unpleasant task of trying to break this basement point, and they're already showing maybe with those drones a little bit of a blue bunker push, and we'll see whether or not Mandate chooses to establish that elbow hold. It looks like they basically set up for it. They're just having 6-shot open up some other holes with that shotgun before putting himself in the spot.
They are in the spot to hold that reinforced wall over an E-box, but they have not set any hold for deployable shields in that little elbow at all. So they aren't really fully prepared to do it, but our smoke is a little bit late to the party. He is able to finally finish setting it up. They destroyed the barricade. They fully set up for a maximum push coming in from construction. Whether or not Chauvet will go for it after they droned in. Zox looks like he's already really tempted to go do it, but by the looks of it, they're not full sending it back down into construction. They're opting much more to go for a different pushing site, as for the fact that they have fully prepared for a construction push.
Yeah, and I can't blame them for that. I mean, the sheer amount of util that's been invested down there, all 3 ADSs, the shield and the smoke player are all holding that blue angle coming in towards storage. So not a lot of around here just to kind of keep people's attention on this point. It's interesting to point out that Zox is on that sledge, but he's not running frag, which I think is not a great choice. I mean, I know that there's a lot of denial here, but still, the frag grenades on the sledge are such an important part of his kit. It's curious that they've chosen to bring 9 stun grenades to the party instead.
That's also 9 ways to deny the projectile denial, if you think about it. But if they didn't take the flashes, you still had 6. That is still way more than you need. And on top of that, you have the Nomad charges, you have the Ash charges, you have the Zafia charges. You have a lot of ways to well, deny the denial, so to speak. We have Bananas, just no fear. My man's Bananas, actually. He's just walking all the way through, and he is nuts. We got 2 kills coming in onto the favor of Shavet Paquette. 4 kills going out. 4-2 Shavet favor getting a bit into a gunfight on Pillar. 3-2 as Platinum finds another kill onto Jesus. I'm assuming it's Jesus. Platinum trying to find another C4 brick. Nothing to purchase, though. Nothing really effective. Bungle Boab trying to find another kill. Does find another kill onto Zox. It is down to a 2-1 Shavet favor. Bungle Boab had... That's so hard to say when you're talking really fast. He just did that just to mess with us. But Spungle Boab trying to find his way in. I don't think there's any real way that he can get in very effectively unless he goes for a very hard and quick push. Using the defense, using that deployable shield to their advantage. Sauce finds a kill onto Spungle. And sadly, it is going to go into... Not sadly, but it is going to go into the favor of Shavet Paquette, even though Spungle did put a lot of effort into it.
On this defensive side, these two teams are now kind of starting to trade body blows on this round, so it'll be interesting to go on to the next one, and Mandate is able to kind of put this away. We'll go back to Laundry Supply Room here. That was an interesting round because basically somebody, and I don't know who it was, kind of missed their mark in terms of what they were meant to defend, and that's why you saw that situation that arose right there. Those laundry stairs were just left largely uncontested. And Bananas just walked right into the fight, and Bananas was in there. Well, that compromises the entire defensive setup. It's much harder to get 6-shot out of that 90 elbow to get back, throw up walls. It's just not a good place to be. It's not a good look. So that was well done on their side, and maybe a bit of a misplay by, I guess, whoever was responsible for kind of watching those angles and holding them out. You that shit in the corridor there, and nobody used it to guard that back space whatsoever. So a tactical misstep. This time, however, they are bringing out that blue 90 hold yet again. And it looks like they're investing a goodly amount of resources in it. They've chosen to take Mars here on the Wamai to kind of bolster that projectile denial because they are investing, I think, all their ADSs in that blue bunker. And that is a lot of skill they are throwing down on that back door.
They're putting one ADS like right next to the door, which is a very interesting move in my opinion. Because if that door does blow up, I feel like there's a very decent chance of it just going down, and there's not much else you can do about it, and that's just a wasted utility, or that's utility that you aren't using properly. They are going for a full construction hold yet again, but by the looks of it, they aren't even going to try to push it in the hands of Shavet Paquette. Shavet just not even thinking about pushing down construction, or there is slight debate, and Bananas is just going to, but I don't even know what Bananas is going to do. They pulled like 3 or 4 360s in that small time period, ultimately not going for it, instead of opting going for small tower through that area. Jesus was trying to go through our main hallway, droning themselves out a little bit, making sure that they get their job done and that they don't end up dying by rounding a corner with a very, very misplaced Jaeger.
Sox blows the wall into the kitchen there, and Spunglebow makes him pay for it. Swings out that angle into the meeting hall and just takes off his head. And now Spunglebow will fall back. And as we said, no real pressure coming out of Blue Bunker. They've basically forsaken that angle, which makes all that utility they've invested down there a little bit silly. Now they're getting droned in. That will mine. They're stealing that breaching round away from. Bananas can't be too happy about that, but they do want to get that Banshee down as quickly as possible. Hex up here on the top deck, firing some shots through that back wall of Meeting Hall, looking to see if they can catch somebody maybe on the rotate up from from basement stairs. Playing a little bit more cautiously right here are the attackers, and really trying to puzzle this one out, H, before they kind of push forward and finish it off.
We also are not getting any sort of Cade picks on the defending side of Mandate Gaming, which I feel like is an ultimate fallacy in their part, because that would prevent any sort of hatch pushing and also have a lot more wall denial. I'm still surprised that they aren't taking any wall denial in general, but it seems to be paying off in this round at the very least. It is 3-5 Mandate favor. So we only have our Thermite, our Nomad, and our Zafia, and they are so far trying to find a way to get in quick. We have both our Zafia and our Nomad out in Freezer, getting a little bit caught out. Our Zafia is in a bit of a pickle. If they try to move fully back out of Freezer, they are putting themselves at great risk to die, to get shot, and they are just ultimately trying to find any sort of person ballsy enough to try to move out and get a good swing.
Well, you were talking about it, and there it is. Hex charges forward out to the hole in the wall, but cannot confirm the kill. Now engaged in a brutal long-range gun battle is Hex, low on health, facing 4 guns of the enemy, and that is just not a situation in which Hex can win. Oh, and it's a flawless round right there by Mandate Gaming. Well, I did say they were going blow for blow.
They really did just like trade off a little bit because we had a flawless round in the hands of Mandate. We had one in the name of Chavette. It is 5-5, one more until a match point. But with this tug of war going, I would not be at all surprised if we went to an overtime in the slightest, because it has been very back and forth. It has been very here. I had a saying. I was about to say it. I completely blanked on it, and I'm just going to hand it back over to you.
Neck and neck?
Neck and neck. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of.
It's been very neck and neck, and you're right. It has been very neck and neck. They've been trading it back and forth, and I'm actually genuinely impressed. Considering how some of those earlier rounds went for Chavette, Paquette, they have really played back here and pushed right back on Mandate Gaming. And I mean, they lost that last round, but still, like you said, it was a trade of flawless, one to another. And they keep going here and find. We are back up to the second floor. We are not playing any silly games now with Closet. That whole idea has just been scrapped.
But that was such a
It was certainly a variation on, which I think we can both appreciate at this point in time, but not a wise variation. Let's put it to that. I don't think you'll be seeing that in any of Sun Tzu's writings anytime soon. And he was a diamond, so I mean, he kind of knew what he was talking about. At least that's what they tell me. Anyway, a pretty standard defensive setup here. In other words, they wall soft right now for the sightline, which is always a bit of a bold choice because it does allow for a defender to really get pinned up in there. But a little bit maybe showing us a different attacking angle this time, a lot more focus on those basement stairs. It's going to have to be some roam clear here, first of all, because that so far has been one of the issues that this Chavette Paquette team has been hitting.
I would have to agree with that. We're seeing Bananas getting a little bit caught out on a small tidbit of damage, but ultimately not getting anything, ultimately not taking so much damage that it is super worrying. Although you could argue that any damage is worrying damage, but potato, I guess. So we are going to be going for a lot of droning. They're being a lot more careful by the looks of it than they were in the previous rounds. They aren't going super fast anymore. They're going for a much more slower and methodical. We're going to drone everything out and make sure that it's all good to go. First, Zog's trying to find a frag grenade. Doesn't find anything at all. Hex finding our Goyo in question, I believe. And ultimately, I don't think that they'll be able to get any large amounts of plays off of that.
Well, Mara's firing some shots down range, and Banana is taking that traditional position. You always want to have someone push this back big window here to just cause havoc and maybe throw some shots down range and keep the defenders guessing. Hex here trying to open up that armory hallway too, which will enable them to get in a little bit quicker and cut off a rotate. But a Goyo shield does go down, and finally the attic wall is being fortified here. It just took them a little bit of time to do it. Again, I don't really understand the particular madness, but sure, whatever works for them. The Claymore going down there to help them secure, but they have managed to get the master closet wall open now, and Sauce will take a looky-loo through and see what they can see. Banana's on the other end, so setting up some good crossfires here to see if they can kind of force anyone out of cover and into the line of their guns, but so far, none of the defenders have been very obliging here, H.
We are hitting a minute left. Not many more gunfights have happened since Bananas took that little bit of damage. They realize that they have all the crossfires that they need to make something effective. But jokes on Mandate Game, but jokes on Chavette. They're the ones that are attacking. They're the ones that need to push. They can't hold all the angles forever. They eventually need to get in there. And I think Mandate realizes this. They just need to stay where they are and then gun them down when they finally push, however long it might take. Platinum and Six Shot getting into small gunfights by the looks of it. Sauce not finding any purchases into that attic firefight. Bananas finally getting taken down by Spunglebone. It is down to a 4-5 as we are hitting our delicious 20 seconds left. It is called a 20-second meta for a reason, people. Hex finding a kill onto Platinum. Zox finding a kill onto Six Shot. just all the kills are happening as soon as they needed to. Sauce is already planting the diffuser. They were able to get the kills that they need in order to push all the way through. The defuse is down. It's just Smoke and Doinks left on the table. It's a 3-1 as he finds a kill onto Sauce. He has Zox, Jesus, and Hex to deal with. Not a lot that he can really do in that kind of situation, trying to push all the way up White Stairs, or much more of Dorm Stairs, however you want to really put it. And honestly, I don't really blame him for taking a really risky swing out like that. He only had, I believe, like 30 seconds left to kill 3 people and defuse. So mathematically, that leaves about 6 seconds in between each person. So I don't blame him for ending up losing that round.
No, I don't think anyone would blame him. It was a very difficult situation. Maybe somebody in a rank game would flame him, but they don't know anything. So
Yeah,
much
exactly.
much credit to Zox there, by the way, doing all of that with the SM11. It's not that Sledge doesn't, certainly can, but he does have, an assault rifle that you can use instead if you like it. But no, Zox going in and cleaning those kills up with the SMG11 is a fancy little bit of skill right there, and should be admired and feared in equal measure. But we're going at that site again here on Point. Mandate Gaming, well, obviously it's a must win for them, and all their strategic chicanery and their good 1v1s early on, that's all kind of gone out the window here for a much more conservative play style, trying to tighten up, running maybe one roamer, otherwise basically battening down the hatches and hoping that they can just clear something out.
They really aren't. They really did go for a much more traditional, I'm going to call it loadout, but it's much more of team composition. They didn't pick the Aruni, for example. They went for a lot of projectile denial. The Goyo is a very common pick. It's just one of those things. It is much more of a traditional and conservative picking strategy that they have going on here. They are the tried and true defenders on Oregon, and they are known for doing their jobs well on Oregon. Smoking Doinks being our only roamer in the hands of Lucy by the looks of it. They have already placed all their gadgets. Everyone has already placed all their gadgets, barring our Wamai. Banana's going through the same push. I feel like Chauvette's going to be going for a very similar pushing strategy. They realized that taking it a little bit slower, gaining information, ended up paying off a lot. They realized that the Jaeger's over in that Showers hallway, back in that deep corner. Smoke and Doinks getting taken down. Unfortunately, they have 2 roamers all the way down in dining room. One's going to get revived. They will thankfully get revived. So we are back up to a 5-5 as we are hitting our last 2-minute mark.
What they really need to do is they need to make a concerted effort to kind of keep these 2 roamers trapped in there, and I don't think it's quite manifested that way, but that's what they needed to do in this situation. It looks like both of those roamers probably have had time to clear out. Hex here up in the armory hallway has already good job though of securing a forward position here. 6shot is playing off of this window, just waiting for someone to expose themselves, and I'll be honest with you, yeah, Zox is up there waiting for him to go the other direction. He'll actually go ahead and just drone it out, gets a very clear idea of where that Kaid is playing, and now it's just a matter of Zox. He's gonna take the gunfight. Oh, bit too bold, my dude.
He doesn't end up winning that gunfight.
Fortune favors the bold, says the SAS, but not always the case. Hex, I should say, gets 1. Bananas gets another, and Chauvette, they're up now, but the diffuser is starting to go down here, which is going to force these attackers into a bit more of a flurry. Smoke and Doinks is low, and Spungle Bob gets in on the action. Hex right back. They continue to go here. Match point on the line. Bananas!
Oh my god!
Comes up big for the team and brings out the win.
He really is just a whole bunch of bananas. He is absolutely nuts. He showed off their massive amounts of gun skill and their just absolute planning. And all I have to say is, Bananas, can you please join my bowling team, bro? You are just absolutely nuts. And Hex is going to be our MVP of the round, ultimately on our attacking side to a 7-5 split, which is a very well hard-fought victory for Chauvette. I feel like it was ultimately pretty even almost all throughout, with almost not much room for error for either team. So ultimately, I feel like that match turned out the way that we both thought it would turn out. We didn't really expect any sort of raffle stomp. We didn't expect any sort of just long game either. We just kind of thought this will end up being something rather even, or at least to our knowledge.
Yeah, and I do appreciate both those teams playing that very even until the bitter end. It was nice to see them kind of go pound for pound right there. And even at the end there on that last still very much in flux up until Bananas brought those kills down. But a good win there for the team, and they will punch their ticket forward. Their opponents, well, they can't be too disappointed with what happened. But there's one more match to play here, the Digital League qualifiers. We'll be right back in a bit, but we should warn you, one of the matches in this round did start a little bit late, so the break might be a bit of a while, kind of akin to our last break that we had. So we do apologize for that, but don't go anywhere. Come back and join us. Still plenty more exciting Siege action to see.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am someone you've already heard the intro to, and this is also my co-caster, someone you've already heard the intro to.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah,
That is
that's
true.
it. You already know who we are, so we don't need to tell you. And we are going to be
There you go.
seeing the last best of one that we will be talking about tonight: Merit Esports versus Mandate Gaming. They are currently in their map banning phase, and so far we've already thrown out Consulate straight out the window into the trash, exactly where it belongs, according to my compatriot here.
Yeah, we've thrown out Consulate and we've thrown out Coastline as well. So those two maps have been the first map bans, I think, in all but one of our rounds. In Coastline's case, it has been the initial map ban in almost today. So we won't be seeing any of those. We haven't seen a clubhouse yet today either. So maybe, just maybe, we're in for a little taste of that, but it'll be a bit of a mystery so far as we wait for the second ban to come up. And I'm actually a little bit interested, H, that Coastline has been so frequently banned today. I did not think it was that much of a map that people didn't want to play. I hate to use a double negative, but there we are.
I mean, like, double negatives end up working out, and according to the first law of linguistics, if you just say a sentence, and even if it's grammatically incorrect, it makes sense to the other person, it is still a valid sentence in of itself. I am also surprised we haven't seen any Coastline either. Whether that is a lack of confidence from either team or from the team that decides to ban it, or if they just straight up don't like Coastline, who's to say? I'm not 100% certain, but I'm also surprised we haven't seen a clubhouse yet either. I thought we would be seeing a clubhouse by now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we saw Chalet.
Yeah, I am surprised that we saw Chalet before we saw a clubhouse, even considering how that map is just kind of one of the staples of Siege, right? That a lot of teams like to play, and it's interesting that we haven't seen that yet. Now, we just saw on the stream not that long ago, those of you who are watching the entire time, or whether you drop back in, but we just saw Mandate Gaming play against Chevet Paquette, and they did not go very well gaming in the end, but it otherwise was quite a strong performance from them overall. They the table up until the last couple of rounds. They did some weird stuff on defense that they got punished for, but other than that, it's been pretty good to see them play, and I'm happy to see a little bit of consistency is here as well, H, to see them have another bite at the apple, as it were.
We also saw another bite at the apple for one of the other teams that we were commentating for in the names of very professional, forgot them, in Avidity Esports. Avidity Esports also got another bite at the apple and ended up getting absolutely destroyed. We will see if that happens for Mandate Gaming, if that's just how the cards are meant to be. But I doubt it will be. Mandate Gaming did do pretty well while their strats were kind of questionable. They were pretty competent in their regular mechanical skill and their general gunfight capabilities. They were able to get decent trades out unless something was heavily against them.
Yeah, and that was kind of what availed them to the bitter end right there, was their ability to get decent trades out to keep fights going through an extended amount of time, and ultimately did not pay off. Chevet Paquette just kind of turned it on and did well performances. I mean, that being said, like you mentioned, the last team that we saw, so hopefully that it will not be here for gaming, and something tells me that it won't be. They seemed pretty put together, and it doesn't appear like they've been too bruised by their loss from that last map either, and they'll hop back into go. Now, they have taken Oregon out of the contention. They don't want to play that one again, so I can't necessarily blame them for that.
I wouldn't want to play Oregon again, especially after such a hard-earned loss from the last round, but also in general, I wouldn't want to play Oregon at all because of just, the consistency, and just it's very dependent on the gun skill. So unless you are the cream of the crop, the absolute best, and you're very confident in your skills, I feel like Oregon is definitely one of those picks you shouldn't really try to consider. We're seeing another ban onto Cafe. Our last three are down to Club, Villa, and Chalet. We might see another Chalet, Corbec. It'll happen again. That would be 50% of the rounds played on Chalet.
Yeah, there's a certain symmetry to it all. It all rhymes. Chalet is in the first map that we saw today.
Half of all Rainbow Six is played on Chalet. That's what the statistics of today's game say.
That's what the statistics say. That's it's fun what you can do with stats. I don't know. One of the leagues I was participating in, the strongest site statistically was what was it? It was like Penthouse on Coastline because it had only been played 3 times and it had been won every single time. So technically, it has a 100% win rate and is therefore the best site in the game. But you know, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, as that old saying goes. So I don't know. I genuinely see Chalet here. I'd be a bit surprised. At the start of the day, I don't think it surprised me as much. Now, though, teams are getting, they've been playing a couple of games now. They're getting a little bit tired. I don't think you're going to want to go to a map where you're really going to have to stretch yourself in terms of kind of being a little bit more creative, putting more pressure on your IGL, whatever it may be. And I feel like Chalet is that map, but I say that, and Mandate Gaming has banned Clubhouse. So now the choice for Merit is between Chalet and Villa, and I do wonder where they will come down here.
Oh boy, will history dare to repeat itself? And by history, I mean a couple hours ago, determined to repeat itself. We will find out relatively soon here, as soon as they finish up
It is
their
history.
bans. It is. It
to
is.
be fair.
By definition, it is history, but it's not necessarily forgotten history, unless
No.
like my short term is kind of awful sometimes. I swear to God, because you know what they
You
say.
did forget those team names a second ago.
You know what they say. First goes the memory, then goes the memory.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
exactly how that phrase goes.
Yep, that's exactly how that goes. So we're going to see what Merit decides to go on, Villa and Chalet. Villa being the much more favorable map for the majority, while Chalet, we are going back to Chalet.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
like
go.
I said, it rhymes. It's all symmetry at the end of the day. It's like Star Wars, the first two sagas. It all rhymes. That's how it is.
Exactly.
So, there we
And
go.
Now,
Back
now
to
we can
Chalet.
officially say. Now we can officially say from our experience, half of all Rainbow Six Siege games are played on Chalet.
That's right. If
It's
we
true.
were just coming out of the kind of Plato's cave or whatever, and this was the only exposure we had to the game, we believe that. So
Exactly.
we'll keep it at that for
And
the
then-
purposes of our narrative here.
And then Twitter will very much so deny us that fact, and we would be just absolutely demolished.
That's the problem with coming out of the cave. Everything just gets bigger and bigger, right? So
and then
our
it's
perceptions are enlarged.
Oh, disgusting. No, I prefer my small perceptions. They were correct and simple then. I don't want to
You prefer
learn.
those shadows on the wall to the cave to anything else. You know what?
Exactly.
The ignorant mind holds no room for doubt, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
So
that is
Chalet
what they say.
Chalet is a valid pick, though. I am surprised. Like I said, I didn't think that teams would go for this so late in the day, but it is kind of a curveball pick, I would say, out of the maps that are available. Teams to play somewhere that they're not as comfortable with, and weekend walls, much like it was this morning. This is a map where you can do that, right? Because teams are not familiar, probably don't play it a lot. There's not a lot of strategic thinking that's gone into it yet, and only now, I would say, only then are we beginning to see even pro teams really come to the grips with this.
I would have to concur. And we seem like we are going to be going in here in a short amount of time. We have all of our players in a lobby. So, relatively in a second, we should be going into our main gameplay, back into the meat and potatoes of the ever coveted ban phase. Do you think we're going to be seeing a very similar banning phase that we saw on our first game of Nomad and Jackal on the attacking bans at all?
We might.
The
I
double
think
roam.
I think that we saw earlier in the day that the roamers were kind of favored on this map, and there were a couple of positions where they were having a really hard time kind of wheedling defenders out of them. Now, whether that was a roamer problem or whether that was a team coordination problem, it's hard to say, but at least with the Nomad ban, I think she become and does seem to be a relatively solid ban in terms of kind of attacking operators. I wouldn't be surprised to see Thatcher get banned here as well, and I think that the bans will depend a little bit on how familiar the teams are with Chalet as a map, right? At the end of the day, Merit has chosen this, and not only that, they've chosen this map and will end up on the attack here, so they must have a little bit of confidence taking this one out.
All right, and by the looks of it, we might be taking a bit of a 5-minute breather until we start the round, something on the sides of the teams. We don't necessarily know exactly what's going on, but that's not necessarily our business to know. We just need to know when does the game start and when do we start talking about the video games. So I don't know. Do you think? I doubt we are going to see a garage hold because we didn't see a single one on the first match of the day at all.
No, we didn't. I'm very glad that the stream cannot see the chat in this game right now, even as much as it makes me laugh. But yeah, no, that is that we mentioned it at the very start of the stream is very much attention as kind of a debated site. Some people still think it's worth playing, but a lot of people, I would say the majority of people these days, have kind of given up on it. They don't want to do it anymore, and I can't necessarily. I think post rework, it has become a much harder site to defend. There are more attack angles than before, and it's just a little bit more open to vertical play that makes holding that garage door that much harder.
All right, and I would have
Never
to.
mind.
We are going right into it. That 5 minutes sure passed by quickly, Corbec.
Oh,
I'm
time
not gonna
flies
lie.
when you're having fun, isn't it? That's how it goes.
Fun's also a very strong word.
Oh, I'm hurt.
I'm having fun.
Are we not having fun at hour 4.5? Are we not having a great time? I mean, I am actually.
I am actually also having a
Games
great
today.
time.
Yeah.
I was just like, that's the moment for a bit, and I'm like, it'll be funny.
The only game that was a little disappointing was that second, cafe game with Avidity. Other than that, he's pretty good, and I've been enjoying watching these guys really go at it. Now, speaking of going at it, Thatcher will be
Already
the
off
first
the
to go
table.
here. Already off the table, so already different from what we saw on Chalet earlier. Now we see how the attackers want to follow this up. And again, I will say, and I've said it again and again, this does behoove someone to make a Kaid ban here, presumably Merit Esports.
And it does not go in. We're getting a ban of a Zofia. Oh wait, actually, they're banning for attack operators. There's that memory. There it is, escaping me again. But we're seeing
that's
a Zofia
an interesting ban. That's
Oh,
a weird one.
That's a ban I've been seeing a little bit more of lately because it is a
Interesting.
mild target ban against people who are very fraggy and play a lot more Zofia, and it does force much more of an Ashe pick as well in theory. But Zofia is just like Ashe, but with slightly more utility. She has her concussion grenades. She has her, I believe she has flash grenades as well. It's just she ultimately has a little bit extra utility, so taking her off the table would kind of force to pick the regular Ashe, even though Ashe is still almost always picked no matter what, but you're not getting the Zofia Ashe combo for rushing down the site and then getting in there as fast as possible. And as you said, Kaid is off the table as well.
So interesting though. Mandate Gaming last time they didn't ban the Kaid when they had the opportunity. It was bandied about whether or not that was because they wanted to have that advantage in that last round. This time, however, they've chosen take that ban. That is actually very interesting to me that they've chosen to do that this time. Because they were the ones who were benefit the most from having the Kaid on the board, which was very similar to what happened last round with Chevette Paquette. But they've forsaken that entirely.
And we're going to play the game of which operator is going to get. They're keeping the Blackbeard for a knock.
Whoa! For a knock.
Hold on.
My lord. Or I'm sorry, is it Nook? It's Nook, isn't it?
I think
Nook.
it's knock. Nook. Potato, doesn't matter. It's still there. And the much more important thing is they kept the Blackbeard, which is someone you see almost no play of. The only time you ever see a Blackbeard on stream is to get 6-picked out. That's why I made the joke of guess who's going to get 6-picked, and they 6-picked out the ditch. Even though there was like a solid bunch of people that could be 6-picked out, Dekebi was one of the last ones that I thought. They have no sort of soft breach in the slightest. They have 4 frag grenades, mind you, but they don't have a sledge. They don't have an Ashe even. They have a Cali, I guess, but like that's if you're being really sympathetic, not sympathetic is the word. If you're being really forgiving with what defines a quote-unquote soft breach. Most importantly, they took the Blackbeard, who is, honestly, I would argue is probably one of the worst operators right now, given all the nerfs.
Interesting. Yeah, he is not the creature he used to be, and the choice of the Nook here as well is a bit of an odd one as well. With the silent shotgun?
All right.
Oh my. Okay.
All right. Hold on. We'll see if this,
all right,
trend
Barrett
continues.
Esports. Curious to see how this bad boy goes. Doesn't even use the hell device to go up the stairs there. Oh my lord.
Gets a kill.
It works.
But it works out. It works out in the end of it. Just
Platinum, my son.
absolute
What are you
madman.
doing?
An actual animal. Someone put this man in a zoo, getting down another person, missing just 4 body shots of a deagle, not even silenced. They now are very well aware that the knock is there. That is 2 kills down for knock. And then he immediately gets taken down by the third. Thank God, Mars, for stopping the reign of terror of the 6S shotgun. Jeez, dude. I'm surprised he got that far with the knock with a shotgun. He just walked in, no fear, did it. I like, oh my God, I don't know what to say.
That was genuinely crazy. That was genuinely nuts. And again, it's something that we saw too. Just sheer confidence will carry you through in some circumstances, and that's what I felt like we were seeing there. Danae here has already been dropped once. He got revived back into this, so he's barely hanging red, but he's playing those library windows, trying to close down some lines. We'll have Karma here on the collie, trying to push that library corridor from the window nearby. Gonna go ahead and do just a little bit of scouting with the drone, try and catch out anyone who's hiding. Find the location, but now Dine and Karma are both going to be stacked up in the same direction. They will have to be a little bit careful here because they don't want to put too many bodies coming in through the wrong point. We've seen that happen before, actually. Oz, meanwhile, gets swung on Blue, who just takes him apart at close range with the Roni.
And that is just absolutely unfortunate. The Roni is a lot better in that close range than the M4 in the first place. But also, it is just a bit of a bee stinger of a gun. It doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. We only have 30 seconds left on the clock with a Kali who is not the best at pushing angles, and our Thermite, who, while they can do it a lot more effectively than the Kali, is still a bit not the best. To say the least, we can still take out a lot of the Rooney gates with either meat or metal. And in the end of it, I don't think they have enough time to even try to get through. He looks at him. He directly looked at that person. I thought I saw a feet peek, a little bit of a foot peek, but it was just a reinforced wall. And Mars finds the final kill onto Dine to solidify that first round into the hands of Mandate Gaming. I don't know how to feel about Merit Esports after those picks though, because they did end up working out. But also, I feel like we're going to be seeing more of them. And while it will be entertaining, I don't think it will make a victory for Merit.
Working out is a bold way to say that. The Nook pick, certainly that came in handy briefly, right? But they still lost the round. It was actually really run down for well done Piano to just play back and forth there and really shut things down, and kind of the rock upon which his team was built here. No 6 pick will be coming in, so they are staying with this Blackbeard and this Nook. But the Nook trick, I don't know that that's going to work again, because presumably the defenders here in the form of Mandate are going to be expecting that kind of attack, and I don't feel like jumps on the Blackbeard had any particularly amazing plays there. Like we said, since his nerf, that operator has been not toothless per se, but certainly not the monstrosity that it was once kind of feared and loathed parts of the Siege community. On the other side, relatively standard stuff there. I can't disagree with any of these picks. 6-shot on the Maestro addition just gives them something different to play with. Again, though, you know you're going into a Nook here, which means that you won't have that camera presence from the Maestro cam, so it's something you're going to have to take into account, H.
I will take that into account indeed. And I would also like to discuss, we didn't see a Valkyrie ban at all, so I'm surprised we aren't seeing any picks of a Valkyrie in the slightest. While the Maestro still is a camera, we're seeing a Nibby in the hands of Nox, just already in. They're already going. They're already on site. Oh my God. No fear. Takes down the Maestro. Finding another kill. Runs. What? Oh my God. What was that? He just won. He turned around 180'd on him. That was just style points. We saw them. We saw that. We saw just the mad style from our smoke taking down the Knock, but the Knock is still on a positive KD, doing a lot better than jumps. Blue finds a kill onto Karma. And then another one onto Dine. We're finding another kill. Jumps finds his first onto Blue, getting revenge for his fallen teammates. But I'm still surprised that this highly aggressive knock is working out, and especially that he got the Maestro of all operators. Like, what kind of luck do you have to have? Because in an ideal scenario, you'd want to take out the Smoke, the Wamai, or the Maestro. The Maestro probably being the best one out of all of them. And he took down the Maestro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's probably not the best for the team that they keep running that particular operator, but man, is it eat onto site like that with the hell and just go to town. Jump here trying to swing this angle too, so the two of them have their work cut out for them trying to divest Mars of this shield. One frag grenade already used right now. It's gonna back up a little bit. See how quickly those bullet shields go down nowadays, though, with these post changes here to Blackbeard, and he's really getting a drubbing here. Jumps is just to back up. Doesn't have any bullet shields left. You'll see Oz here too does have one frag. They've got some stuns and flashes if they use them, but Maverick will go ahead and open up a hole in a wall and maybe try and open up some different angles. 1 minute left on the clock though, H, and it's gonna take some good stuff here to make this work. Even as I say that though, Platinum gets one. It's all gonna be down to Jumps. Jumps is pasted up in the corner, and I don't know that he's getting out of it.
I don't think he is. He's got no shields to crutch on, no teammates to crutch on. It's just him and a dream to win a 1 versus 3 with 35 seconds left on the clock. It's not going to happen. He tries to peek a peek. Platinum gets the second kill of this round for him, and that is a Defenders round 2 for Mandate Gaming on Chalet yet again. So we are seeing quite a lot of, I'm pretty sure they're going to keep these solid picks of the Blackbeard and the Knock and the Cali. I feel like if they swap out even one of them for a slightly better operator, they'll see quite more success. With the aggression of the Knock, all that needs to happen is the defending team not being ready for how aggressive our Knock is being. And we are seeing a replacement.
Yeah, this is again, we are almost making a good change here. We could have gotten Jumps back in on that Nomad, and I think that would have been okay. The Jackal is a good choice as well. But now bringing the IQ on the side of Karma, well, IQ is never a bad operator, right? Not a bad operator, but not a massively, useful operator all the time, right? Because at the end of the day, in order to make it work, she does have to flip up her little Nintendo Switch on her wrist there and kind of look around at all the walls and everything. So it can be a little bit problematic for her to get usage. I'm curious to see exactly what her purpose is here, because I feel like the util hasn't been a huge problem necessarily, but again, they have to be guessing at Onabi, just yeeting in here and getting some early kills, and that maybe puts a little bit of fear into this whole Mandate side, even though they've been with.
See, you say there's fear in the Mandate side, but we have seen 6 shots. 6 shots is still sitting down in kitchen. Or nope, he has finally decided to move. But at the beginning of the round, he was like, I'm going to go get myself some chicken nuggets. I'll be right back. He is feeling ultimately confident in this team, bro.
God, I'd kill for some chicken nuggets.
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I could too. Wendy's 50 for 10. Oh, so good. But anyway, we're seeing a Nibby pushing all the way through. No fear. Yet again, getting caught out by the Malusi. It's in Fate's hands. We're seeing the downfall. The rise and fall of Rome, so to speak, of Knock getting taken down. Jumps also getting taken down as well. That is more Rome clear off the table. Mandate Gaming already has this in the bag, and they're also profiting a whole order of chicken nuggets, allegedly, if they were able to grab those nuggies as fast as they did.
Oh, man. It had to come to an end eventually for ODB. They'd had a little bit too much success, and I will admit, down from 2 to 1 to 0 is a little big, but yeah, caught out by the Banshee. If you were caught out by the Banshee, it was just an academic matter right there. You either pull back or you kind of try and make something happen and keep going, and unfortunately nothing really happened. Now, Karma is down here in the basement with Danae, and Oz, I think, maybe nearby. Danae manages to sneak a kill out here on Blue, and mostly doing some property destruction here at the moment. Oz is on drones, keeping an eye out for anybody here towards main hall. Take a look up towards Fluke balcony right there and see if they can kind of get anything from that angle, but it won't be shown. Dine swing now in main corridor and pushes up yet again. Still looking for some sort of opening here, H, but it's Six Shot who lands the kill. The chicken nuggets have not affected the aim. We can confirm that at least.
If anything, they improved the aim. Let's be honest here. You got the blood flowing
the
now.
nerves.
Exactly. It helps soothes the nerves. It really does. Merit Esports has now, in fact, found the bomb for the first time, allegedly. Mars getting down Karma. Now it is just Oz left against the world. A 1v4. And one of those 4 has a whole order of chicken nuggets that, honestly, now I can't stop thinking about that. Is he, like, gaming with one hand and then eating with the other? I don't know. Is he somehow playing the game with his feet? I hope he is, because you know what? God darn it, he deserves it. He works hard for his team, and he deserves a reward. And Mars finds the final kill onto Oz over by main stairs from pool.
Secure the nuggets, secured the win. All good.
Okay.
Mars tells everyone to look away because, yeah, for players of this level, we'll give him that. But he got the kill, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. Well, Merit has kind of backed into a bit of a wall here. It's a little bit. This man has the highest Corbec score on the team too. Quite funny, actually. But he's struggling a little bit here today. That's fine though. Mars has been the rock, aim or no, around which this team has kind of been based. We saw it from round 1. We saw it there again. You'll see the 6 pick here onto a mute. Twitch coming out here from jumps, and again, they're kind of playing this revolving doors over the side of Merit Esports, and I don't really necessarily know that quite worked out for them, H, if I'm being honest.
I don't really know. And we're going to the legendary basement site. Let's go. So Mandate Gaming is in maximum confidence mode because they have fully reset sites. They have won 3 in a row, and now they're like, let's go basement. You know what? Let's do it. And honestly, the only way that they'd be able to get pushed into that garage door, unless they use the frag grenade from Ayana, is to get the Twitch in there. But I doubt they will, or at least I don't think that the mute will let that happen at the very least. Because that mute's going to be watching that drone hole like an absolute hawk to make sure that the Twitch drone does not destroy the jammer so they can't push into that garage site. However, with how Anibi has been playing, I feel like we might see a much more aggression still, and that is being shown by shooting out that entire window. Everyone and their dog on Mandate Gaming is going to go keep that window, or at least keep their eyes on it to make sure that no one gets shot, or that they can shoot the perpetrator. Anibi, ballsy, gets the kill onto Platinum. Ouch.
Onibi is just
Cracked.
just doesn't know fear.
They're just cracked.
He's never been afraid in his entire life. That was
Oh my God.
kind of a crazy play for him to take that aggressive an approach there on the Nomad. He hasn't even thrown out an air jab yet. He just goes for it. And best of all, he brings down the kill. So, wow, well done to him. Now the air jabs are coming down, helping to secure the stairs down from libraries at attack down. Jumps is here in games room, a little bit switched up in the moment. I think they're trying to push this corridor down in the basement and see what they do with it. But they're going to have to do a little bit of a check here to see if there's too much util to deny them. Those mute jammers still causing problems, though, and you'll see that. Onibi going to be the one here. Fires an air jab onto that blue angle to see if anybody walks around it. Just adding a little bit of assistance there to the team. Onibi still hasn't quite pushed up yet. Danae now with the opportunity to get a wall open if they so choose. And out comes the drone. Danae rotates all the way to the garage, but he does get the exothermic charge off, so a hole open for him to play around.
And so far, playing the basement site is not working out in the slightest for Mandate. It's a 3-4, 3-3. I spoke a little bit too soon as Blue finds a double, finds a triple. It is now 3-2 back into the favor of Mandate Gaming. Really back into the favor of Mandate Gaming. Oz finds a kill onto Six Shot. Finds a kill onto Six Shot, and then now it's just down to Oz on our Ash. They only have 55 seconds left on the clock. All that Mandate needs to do is just hold and just brace for any sort of Ash rush, an Ash patented rush, mind you. And they would have defended this entire site very effectively, surprisingly effectively, according to the majority of people. Oz getting lit up, absolutely and utterly. Going to get caught out by Mars. And Mandate just simply outplayed the enemy team. They simply outplayed Merit, and there's not much else you can really say about that.
Mars, the bringer of war, strikes yet again, and he's really stepped up in this match and has just been carrying his team through. I mean, all of them have been making plays, but Mars in particular has been doing so well. Really do appreciate the performance he's putting out there. Again, I think Merit had the right idea attacking that point. They made all the right moves in my opinion. They were opening up multiple angles of attack. They ignored the trap of annoying main garage door. They didn't fall into the trick, and they just kept going forward. Now we see Onibi coming out on Jackal with that new Jackal Rastreador skin, so that'll be entertaining to see. They're literally asking about it in the chat. Actually, it's the second time we've seen an elite skin brought here, because I'm pretty sure I saw an elite Thermite walking at some point in time, so Danae already had it. Onibi says he'll kill himself because of the skin, if that's going to be a problem. But I don't know that elite Jackal skin, besides making his eyes look weird, really gives that much.
Really gives that much of an edge at all. I don't think it does either. I've actually not even
I
really
think that's
seen
going to
this
be the
skin.
difference maker here. Let's just put it in that one, H.
Onibi's just gonna die. He's just gonna perish. He's gonna spawn in the admin, just gonna bonk him really hard. No longer in the match. You used an elite skin, get out. Even though you can't really control that, it's just something that you didn't really consider at all, because he's probably been playing a lot more ranked in a lot more casual areas, and now that he's in a professional pond, he ends up getting a little bit more probably punished for having his elite skin flexing his clout, so to speak, because you can't really do that with all the fancy skins that you can end up getting, and honestly that disappoints me.
He's gonna jump off because I'm not actually sure if he was serious about killing himself or not. So I'm kind of like curious to see if he takes the plunge here. Don't do it, mate. You don't have to.
You don't have to,
Oh
bro.
no!
Don't do it.
Oh god! I don't think I can watch, to be honest.
Okay, thank God we're back.
No,
No,
we're back.
thank God.
Oh no!
He said something in French. Love you, Hans. My poor boy. And he is dead. I can't believe
all
it.
for you, all for you, Hans, all for you. But anyway, we're back on down in jumps here, playing off the window to master bedroom. That set piece of drama there has resolved itself, and now the attackers are down. That being said, Danae takes Mars out early on in the pick there, because Mars has been a thorn in the side. But what's more, the Wamai now not able to continue to distribute magnets throughout the round, so they can't be unhappy about that. And it's unfortunate here that Onibi had to go the way of the dodo, because genuinely this might be their best chance to sneak out a round win here. Jumps is going to rotate all around the outside, now rotating back up towards those what is it, Solarium stairs? I think that's Solarium,
I believe.
Yeah, everybody got confused by that one, to be honest, H. But Karma also going to push the stairs by library as well. So setting up multiple angles of attack here, but still Blue strikes back and takes one down.
So it is now down to a 4-3 mandate favor. Danae getting caught in a mad gunfight, getting him ultimately taken down. The defuse is down on site, but not activated on site. It is the wrong kind of down. 6-shot, even more so. Flexing the mad SMG-11 skills. Karma going to try to swing out this piano deployable shield. There's a lot of shields in that main hallway. Will he be able to find any sort of head with that dinky SMG? I don't think he will. Not taking down the default cam. Gotta leave it up. It's a weird flex. Just gotta keep it all up. Gotta make sure they have as much gadgets against them as possible. Karma's gonna ultimately end up running out. Will he end up using this 30 seconds for an informal timeout? I doubt it. I don't think he has any utility to really try to punch through that Aruni gate, and he's gonna choke to death? Almost. He almost died due to asphyxiation by eye irritants from smoke. But Karma's on a hair of HP. 15 seconds left on the clock. I believe it is already in Merit's. It's already in Mandate Gaming's port. 6-shot running all the way out with the Mossberg and finding the final shot onto our Cali, who might as well not have been alive in the first place.
It's a dramatic end to affairs up there on Fluke, and that is a little unfortunate, all considered. Poor man getting stuck there and waiting it out. I like how Is that what you think is the canister? Because I don't know. It seems a little stronger than eye irritants to me. If I was a
That,
betting man.
that's apparently what it is. It's apparently like lung and eye irritants.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
That's like what the lore says it is.
That's what the British government and the lore says. We all
That's what the Lord
got
says it is. I'm sorry.
stacks up in there. Anyway,
We're
Smoking
keeping the
Doinks is
nog.
going over to smoke, which is appropriate, all things considered. We got a frost coming out here as well, which maybe could spell a bad run for Onibi. I swear to God, if Onibi eats into this site and runs into a frost trap, I am gonna find that so entertaining. Just a perfect conflux of the strangest aspects of Siege being combined right there. But other than that, you see Karma coming out on the Capitao. They are bringing Dine on the Ying, and then finally jumps on the Buck. Only the Hibana here for Hard Breach. Nothing to deal with Hard Breach denial. But, I mean, all operators that are not bad or can be used in their own special ways, barring maybe Onibi's choice. But together, I just don't know. It's not the Voltron I would choose if I had to combine different Rainbow Six Siege. Let's just put it at that.
I feel like it is a very strange Voltron, but definitely the squeaky wheel or the squeaky limb, if we're building Voltron here, is definitely a Neebie on the knock still. But on top of that, they don't need to worry about denying wall denial because they have no wall denial still. We're seeing a great lack of any sort of wall denial across Mandate's career. And granted, it's paying off fine here, but still, you are still like giving free reinforced walls. Anibi, no fear, still walking all the way through, finding the frost. No, run, live. Oh,
he's like a cruise missile. You fire him, you get one, and then he's done. Oh, it's tragic in a way, but I do love to see it. And if you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, Nook, what she does is she has that cloaking device on her wrist that hides her from all cameras. It also silences her footsteps, which is why Onibi is able to get up on top of defenders like that without them realizing what's going on, because they literally don't hear the Nook coming. But there you go. Anyway, the fighting continue here up on Fluke one more time. Oz trying to push in here, fires a couple of shots down range, and we'll back around. Karma runs face first into Mars, but Mars, quicker on the trigger, wins that particular gunfight. Danae here up on the master bedroom window has a good long sightline. They're trying to shut down Mars, and they will do so in very violent fashion right there. Both of them combining to just paste the unfortunate Wamai against that wall.
A lot of raspberry jam stuck on that wall because of Wamai, and that is very disappointing to see. We're down to our minute 15 left. It's a 3-3. Our Voltron is a lot weaker than it used to be, but we still have a lot of breach and a lot of blinding going on. Oz and Jumps rotating all the way back over, trying to go for a much more horizontal push, which is very interesting because I feel like the Ying should be in the same position as the Buck, unless they do plan on using the Ying in a vertical fashion, very similarly to how you would end up using Fuse, because you can't just plant it onto demolishable surfaces and then it'll shoot through that demolishable surface. Danae smoking all the way off, flashing down library stairs or library hallway, catching out whoever is all the way down on those library stairs, forcing a full retreat, going full force all the way through, a bit of a blitzkrieg, so to speak, getting caught up by the camera and ultimately flanked, and the defuse is upstairs out by library. Oz is the last one left up, and the defuse is so far away from them. I don't think there's any way that Merit will be able to take this all the way to a W.
No, and I mean, I think they kind of know that as well. Whether or not they were trying to put it in from the very beginning or they're just kind of playing around, whatever it is, it's been fun. I've enjoyed watching it. I mean, it's not very many Siege games in a competitive setting where you get to see Nook just yeet into a site and then take out defenders that are just completely helpless. I mean, the Maestro was pretty bad, but the Frost almost just as bad, sitting in the corner and just like, wait a minute, that's not my teammate. Ka-dunk, ka-dunk.
It's just, I think you put it best. Nock is a mobile and living cruise missile.
Yep.
She goes in, she kills one person, and then you roll a 5-sided die to see who you kill, and it's either going to be crazy useful or absolutely not worth it.
which is the
And
case
then
with
the
Frost,
knock
unfortunately.
dies.
Yeah.
And it's just so
It's-
entertaining to watch.
It is. It's unfortunate, actually, that the Frost was playing that position that she was, because we actually saw the last time we played Chalet, somebody was playing in a very similar position to that, but they were on the other side of the wall, and it enabled them to get a kill. We did not see that manifest right there, but it's a lesson to be learned about kind of how you can take advantage of people pushing into that great hall spot. Now, over to the defense for Merit Esports. It is match point here, I should say. Karma coming out on that pulse. Dine here on the Frost. And again, once more, the piano must be turned into Fortress. And they'll throw
Piano
a shield up on
Fortress.
there. Piano Fortress.
Fortress.
We've seen it a number of times tonight, H. Every time we played
I think-
Chalet, there's got to be a Piano Fortress. So go
I
figure.
think it's the meta. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, we've seen it so much, it's not even like a fluke or anything. It is just
No, it
kind
must
of
be a
what
choice.
they do.
Yeah.
Like, it's just what pros end up doing. Seeing a drone last second, and right before we switched off, that drone met an untimely demise, and that is very sad to see. We're going to be seeing both Blue and Mars pushing through this main balcony. Platinum and Six Shots also pushing through the main balcony as well, or the balcony above the main lobby area. Much more better put. Smoke and Doinks getting a very good flank by the looks of it.
Oh, no.
If our defender is not ready to do that, I think they just ran off down a hatch. I'm pretty sure they did just run off down a hatch and then
Yeah.
made it out with their lives. And that is honestly a very well-placed broken hatch.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to defend that library. You kind of try and stay up there for as long as you can, and then when things get ugly, you take a swan dive through the hatch and get out. But Dine finishing off a kill onto Mars there with the Ida. That's
Ouch.
grim. I think
That's
I've seen
gotta
more
hurt.
Ida kills over the last couple of days with things that have been going on at SI than I've seen in my entire time following Siege. So that's been quite funny to see. But Platinum here pushing towards Great Hall. Oh, hello, Karma, and
Oh.
goodbye, Karma. And, well, there's a kill from Oni with the shotgun, Jaeger. And
The
that is
German
a-
shotgun.
the German shotgun.
That's not
That is a
Jaeger,
sight
by the
you
way.
do
That's
not see.
Bandit. That is Bandit.
Oh, my apologies. I'm so
Yeah.
used to seeing Jaegers that I genuinely am surprised that somebody plays Bandit.
Unironically
Wow.
playing Bandit. Imagine that.
Wow. And
And
with the
then
shotgun.
they get
It
gunned
won't-
down for it.
It won't avail him at all. Oz just wipes him. Or Oz gets the trade, and they continue here. Blue holding up tight around Fortress Piano, waiting for either Dine or Oz to expose themselves. The diffuser is down here, and they're going to actually press this. Blue gets a couple of shots over the top there, looking to bring a head down. Won't quite find it. Goes the other direction.
Ooh.
Hello, Dine. And now it's all on the shoulders here of Blue. Can they finish it off? They swing the corner. The shots go out. Oz, the quick reload on the SMG. She's double faking you. Oh, no. Coming back comes the Ash. And I don't know if that was the... They engaged in a little bit of exchanged unpleasantries one more time. And now the wall is just blown out. The diffuser's still over there. And Blue shuts it down. And that is the end of the game.
Blue able to clinch the round out from a 1v2 scenario. Even if they did lose that round, they'd probably end up winning a future one because of the fact it was a 6-0 split. And that will be the second 7-0 of the night. However, I would argue it was a much more entertaining 7-0
Much
because
more
of
entertaining.
Anibi on the knock. I can't get over that. I can't get over that.
Oh,
They literally were just like an intercontinental ballistic missile. They just ran in, got a kill, and then died.
Oh,
And it was consistent. It wasn't even like a one-time thing. They did that
it
consistently.
do be that way sometimes, though, doesn't it? How it goes.
Well, that will wrap things up for today. Mandate Gaming taking the win over Merit Esports with a clean 7-0. Anything you'd like to get in here, H, before we wrap it up?
I respect Anibi for taking the knock and being consistent. I fully respect it.
You got to admire the courage there, ladies and gentlemen.
No
Well, thank
fear.
you so much. No fear. The man knows no fear. He may not have won the round, but he won our hearts here in the casting booth, so that counts for something. But that will do it for today's qualifiers for the Digital Athlete League. Thank you so much for watching today. I've been Corbec, joined by H. There'll be more Digital Athlete League qualifiers tomorrow, starting at the same time, 6 p.m. Eastern. A big thank you to Hans for having us on the broadcast today, and a big thank you to our producer, Pichu, who was also handling observation work. We appreciate you putting up with us for this entire run.
We are
a
awful.
good job on the production. We are just a pain to deal with. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching, and from all of us here at the Digital Athlete League, have a wonderful evening.